Good evening, everyone. How is it going today? Welcome in. Hope everyone's having a fantastic day. We're back again, once again today, with some more Guild Wars 2 content. It's going to be a fantastic evening, and the balance patch preview notes just dropped the other day, so we've had a quick squiz through them. There's a few big sort of standout changes. I've heard Condi Daredevil is kind of potentially getting buffed to the moon a bit, which it's been a hot minute since I've played that build, but I used to play it a lot. It's actually one of the DPS builds that I've played the most in the past, and yeah, that build was insanely good back then, so having that be buffed is very nice. Heal Scourge is getting reworked a bit more. It looks like Transfusion is being reworked, so I know we'll have to see if the reviving potential from Scourge maybe gets transferred elsewhere, but either way, a bit more utility for Heal Scourge is good, and Sufferance Heal Scourge staff, if you're excited, yeah, the staff rework does look very, very nice. And also, Heal Alac Vindicator, I am very keen to see that. As a Vindicator enjoyer, I missed Heal Alac Vindicator. I think I probably played it maybe twice before it sort of got nuked from existence. And Sparkless, welcome in. It's great to see. Hi, how are you going? Hope you're all having a wonderful, wonderful day. But yeah, we took a very quick look through them. We still haven't fully digested everything because those notes were long, but those are kind of the things that are really sort of standing out. I know Chronomancer's gained some reworks, Mirage has gained some reworks as well. Noteworthy one was the really strange interaction where if you're on Mirage, you'd have to wait for your axe clones to finish their attack before you dodge again, or they would cancel their attack. It was a whole thing, and it made actually playing Mirage at a very high level insanely complicated. So seeing that get some reworks is super nice. Also, just going to jump into our bank guilds. Just before we went live, we also transferred over just some gold. Let's just grab that. We managed to sell a whole bunch of stuff from our NA account, so that has now ended up over here. Let's see. Storage, cool. Food's still there. And Sparkless, you installed Guild Wars 2 back since your PvP games. Too damn toxic. PvP can be a bit like that, no matter what game. You forgot how painful inventory management can be on alt characters that do not have bags yet. Oh, I totally feel you. I'm in very much the same boat. Even this character, which is somewhat tentatively my main on this account, only has 128 bags, and so many others will have like 80 or 90 slots, and it does become a bit tricky to manage. Getting some shared inventory slots for things like gathering tools, salvage kits does really help though. The Mirage Alac change is great. Oh yeah, so what exactly has taken place for the Alac Mirage? I know they sort of removed it, like removed the Alac regeneration from like weapons, which is good. But they're also changing the major issue you had of Heal Tempest, so you're excited to try that. Yeah, having the Alacrity being shifted to Aura application is cool. I think that just pairs very, very well. It pairs very, very well just with Tempest in general. So I like that, because yeah, applying your Alacrity while you're overloading, it means if you interrupt your overload, you're kind of screwed for a while. Alex, your biggest issue with Guild Wars 2 is you get too much stuff. The loot does get a bit tricky to manage, I will grant you that. Let's go Guild Wars 2. Balance. Match, I know preview. I've misspelled that, but let's see. Update preview, June 24. Cool, so that one's actually a bit of a ways out. Oh, okay, so this is actually, we just got the wiki version, that's fine. Flashbang. Okay, but yeah, Ellie, basically there's a whole bunch of just general coefficient changes, but the rework to Elemental Bastion, so trait causes auras to grant Alacrity, that's good. Engineer, some of its kits are actually getting a bit of a rework as well, and just Grenade Kit increased grenade velocity by 100%. That's just a nice bit of quality life there, so you basically get a whole bunch of the Grenadier benefits for free baked in, which is nice. And Juggernaut. That's a trait I used to use quite a bit if I was just being a bit lazy and wanted to use Flamethrower, Scrapper, I think no longer pulses stability, instead grants stability, and Fire Aura when used Napalm. I guess pulsing stability is a bit cursed. Guardian, a few nice things here. Binding Blade, having it so projectiles can only hit their original target. It does mean it's a bit more consistent as well. And Essence of Luck, welcome in. Did you see the news? The ArenaNet Partner Program application's open for a while. Is it something you're considering? It is something that I'm considering, and I just applied for it again last night. So yeah, that was what we did after we finished streaming The Last of Us Part 2 over on Jess's channel. We got our application all together and we submitted that last night. I was going to do it a day or so earlier, but for quite a while I couldn't actually log into the the portal through which you would submit your application. It was like across all my accounts as well. It was some like weird technical issue. But thank you very much, I appreciate that. But yeah, we've applied a few times before, so hopefully now that they've explicitly opened the applications, we might be on the shot, because I would love to be an ArenaNet partner, and I think I would be exceptional at it. I love the ham you built according to my video. Oh, thank you. And it'll jump right back into doing T4 dailies the last couple of days. That's awesome. You have no idea how to play the Scrapper Hill once you hit the water. Hill Scrapper, like, it's a bit of a different build. It's a very powerful build. It was sort of on my list to make a build guide about some time ago. It's definitely not off the table at all. But yeah, then I sort of got distracted by doing other builds and other guides. Oscar, thank you so much. I'm glad you approved our haircut. Our hair was getting a bit unruly, so yeah, it is now being tidied up. I'm much happier with it. It was something like 2 months or so since I gave myself the last haircut. Okay, so Mesmer. Mainly I want to focus on the Mirage changes. So improved alacrity has been reworked. I can't find the patch notes. Can I send you a link? Yeah, sure thing. I'll just send you the link to the wiki page here. There you go. You can check that out just there. You timed it well because we're looking at it right now. Super easy for me to send. Okay, so previously had important build components on Mirage locked behind weapon choice. Alacrity could only be granted by staff. A large increased power damage using the spear, condition damage needed axes, yada yada yada. So let's take a look. Oh, here we go. This is a good one. Axes of Symmetry. Clones cast in this skill will no longer be interrupted when gaining Mirage Cloak. Excellent. What do you think of the Pokemon Rampardos? Haven't used it much myself. Love its design. Very cool design and cool set of stats as well. Cool ability. But yeah, it's a T-Rex with a giant head. I like it.
The true ham shall rise. On a side note, I will also terrorize squads with Heal Harbinger and Heal Deadeye soon 07.
Yeah, the true ham is rising. How are you? Thank you so much for the sub, mate. But yeah, what are you most excited for? And Heal Harbinger and Heal Deadeye potentially being a thing. I'm not sure how that will pan out, but I'm excited to see you try. Oh, it's your favorite, Oscar? Nice. Yeah, I like Rampardos. It's a good fossil Pokemon. Okay, let's see. Where does the pretty go to? Grants illusionary reversion. This trait now grants alacrity. Or think about Heal Vindicator for HTCM. Oh, I'm excited for Heal Vindy. Yeah, I'm down for that. Both Mirage Mantle and Mirrored Axes are being reworked to be applicable to any weapon. Additionally, June Cloak is gaining the ability to recharge offensive shatters. Okay, so let's see, it was Mirage Mantle and Mirrored Axes. Okay, Mirage Mantle, so let's just take a look at Snow Crows. Just see where we're kind of sitting with this. Well, that takes a little bit to load. Raids, show us Mesmer, because it's been quite a while since I've looked at Alac Mirage. My experience with it is really like dual staff camping Mirage. Remember for a little while staff was being played on Power Reaper, got your hopes up when you red boons, but you don't think that's going to happen. You still apply quickness via Harbinger Shroud, right? Yeah, so Harbinger Shroud, yeah, that you'll still do quickness. And yeah, a while ago you can still run Staff as a power weapon on Reaper, and that's what I cover in my Reaper build guide, because at the time I made the build guide, that was the best choice there. And still a very good choice, and I have to say, it depends what the power coefficients are, because if it's just the case of they are as they already are, but now you just get a whole bunch of extra effects, it just means it's going to be better. But yeah, I think it's something like... is it dual swords, or... sword torch or something that actually is the highest DPS? I have to take a look. Let me just go conditional Alac Mirage. Bring that. We'll take a look at that. Power Reaper is Great Sword, Dagger, Sword. Okay, and Power Reaper, Spear, and Great Sword. So there's a few different options there. Okay, Condi Alac Mirage. Ambush skills improved, so Mirage Mantle. Okay. So Mirage Mantle. Trait has been reworked. Trait now causes ambush skills to grant boons to nearby allies. Okay, so I'll have to see how that one pans out, but I assume that's where the alacrity is just getting dumped. So that's good. Necromancer getting quality of life changes. That is good. Okay, so Transfusion has now been reworked. Marks can be triggered by allies and will heal and grant additional supportive effects to allies when triggered. You don't think the DPS difference between Dagger Sword and Sword Sword and Reaper is that different? Yeah, I think that's the case with a lot of offhand on offhand weapon swap options with Reaper. They're relatively close. It's one of the reasons I still run Staff, because it's kind of what I know and I like it as a weapon. We did some Wing 8 CMs yesterday, cleared Decimate. Oh, congratulations, now got all 3 dead. But still need the other CM achievements for Godsbane. Oh, congratulations, that's hype. How did you find Ura CM? Is Condi Berserker a thing? Yeah, Condi Berserker it will be a thing. It'll be more on the complicated side. I'll just send you a link to Snow Crows there. Like, if a build's relevant, it will be on there. Great Dudad, welcome in. It's great to see you. I was looking at something, and I have forgotten it. No, I remember now. Great Dudad, thank you so much for the sub and for kicking off a hype train, mate. I really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Enjoy no more ads and your addy emotes. Thank you, mate. Remember back when they were banner slaves with the bow spam, as much F1 as possible builds, even map weapon stow to get additional DPS? Nice. And that was a very fun build. I think it is still a thing. I'm not sure if it exists in the same capacity that did there, but yeah. A Condi Berserker is such an Eldritch. It's good again. Yeah, I think it is still there. I haven't played it for a long, long time myself. Just complete the PvP bonus event. One of the rewards is the permanent finisher choice box. What are your thoughts on PvP finishes? Which one do you think is best? Great question. I haven't actually got a lot of PvP finishes just in general, because it's been a while since I've done it. But the one that I do really like my personal favourite is probably just the super explosive finisher. That's kind of like a really good one. Let's kind of see what other ones are sitting there. I haven't actually done the event myself. I probably should do it at some point, because it will be pretty hype value. Permanent Honor Guard. Like, there's a lot of cool ones here. The one I do tend to use is the super explosive one there. Oh, Hill Berserker. Yeah, Hill Berserker is a thing. That happened dare say about a year ago. Hill Berserker is quite fun, actually. That's a good build. Went Chrono for Uri, had 3 heal Chronos for Geysers, was neat overall. Last phase was a bit hectic and kind of a DPS check since you start ignoring stuff and rotate around the boss. Cool. Oh, the Chinese World Tournament one. European one, wow. There's a lot of cool ones here. Oh yeah, the old Dragon Rank one. I've got that on NA when I actually used to do a fair amount of PvP. I have to see how quickly... It would be good if we could see how quickly we could blast out the PvP stuff, because that's going to be an insane amount of value. So if I actually went fast farming, bring that up over here. Go competitive, PvP reward track. Blow that up. So End of Dragons reward track. If we do repeatable ones, the Thunderhead peaks. Just probs doing the End of Dragons one, I think is probably the most valuable one. Oh yeah, Heal Bladespawn also works. Yeah, that's the keyword there. It works. But yeah, Heal Berserker I think is a very fun build. Yeah, I'll just honestly repeat the End of Dragons reward track and then we'll be kind of off to the races. Back to patch notes. But yeah, so Transfusion's going to buff all your marks. So hey, Heal Scourge's prob's going to be running staff now, which hey, Heal Scourge actually has never really cared about what weapons it runs. It's kind of irrelevant to the build for the most part. So it's quickness as well. Yeah, it's heal quickness. So hey, it just means you get some more options to work with. So Mark of Blood grants Vigor. That's good. Actually, some Vigor application is pretty hype, especially with Vindicator getting buffed as well. Chillblade's Prot, good. Some more Prot uptime. Get some more Condi Cleanse and stability. More stability access on Scourge. That is really good. That is insanely good. That is probably the biggest overall downside to Heal Scourge as a build, which I cover in my recent build guide all about Heal Scourge. It should be linked if I press that. There we go. But yeah, now it's going to mean you get stability on Trail of Anguish, and now you also get it on Reaper's Mark. So that's kind of been the thing that separated Chronomancer and Druid from Scourge for quite some time. So having stability as another option of stability to go along with Trail of Anguish, that's really good. Because yeah, Chronomancer has insane amount of stability access. Druid has it as well. So this is really good. So yeah, if you're a Heal Scourge enjoyer, overall I think this is a good set of patch notes for you. Honestly, I think Heal Scourge is just going to be better from here on out. What's the button to actually save that clip? Let's try that. Hey, it worked. Nice. Ow, welcome in. There is a 6 new balance patch. There is. Which classes are getting the biggest buffs? Mirage is getting a whole bunch of changes and refinements. I think going to make it much better for people to play. Apparently, I saw Condi Daredevil is getting some monumental buffs as well that aren't particularly warranted. We'll have to see if they actually make it to the patch, because I think I saw something on Reddit by the people behind all the number crunching for Thief, and they were saying something like Condi Daredevil could start pulling around about sort of the 46 to 48k mark. Don't quote me on the exact numbers, but the numbers were stark given just how strong it is. Ape Junk, welcome in, mate. It is great to see you. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Connor, or ConnorConCarne, and you can also find me on my various YouTube channels there where we do all sorts of Guild Wars 2 guides. What is up, mate? Gossek, welcome in. Fumo, how are you going? It's great to see you. Everyone, go check out Ape Junk and Samuel over on their Twitch channel. Great friends of stream. Great just Guild Wars 2 streamers in general. We streamed some Guild Wars 1 lately as well. Actually, you guys got me into playing Guild Wars 1. I've been having a fantastic time with it. And saying still don't have a wiki account? No. I will eventually do it. It's debatable whether or not the heat death of the universe will come before that, but there will probably come a time where I'll do it. I'm glad you're doing well. That's great. Everyone make sure you go check them out. And Heafy, welcome in. It's great to see you. And Sam has a question. All good, M7. How are you going? But yeah, I've had a great time in Guild Wars 1. That's been great. Dark Mode Wiki's the best. Yeah, I do use Dark Mode for everything. I will eventually create an account on that. Hang on. We'll do it live. Won't do that exactly on stream. That would be like just the most unhinged thing I could possibly do. The patch actually looks really good. I'm very excited for it. Let's grab that. Let's do that. Yoink that. What kind of a weird capture is that? Okay. Well, that's a different capture. Okay, we've got that. Change your wiki preferences. Oh, look at us. We're doing it. Okay, appearance. Give us... Oh, what is dark mode here? What's that? Oh, it's dark mode. Oh, it's good. Yes. Yes. Guild Wars 2 patch notes previous. Bring that back up. Oh, look at it. Oh, it's so good. We finally did it. We beat the heat death of the universe. There it is. That's much better. No one's going to get flashbanged and encoding. Why are you overloaded? You go away. And that's better. All good. The patch actually pretty good. Yeah, it really does. Yeah, Orivori, welcome in. It's great to see you. Anything you're excited about in the new patch? The thing I'm probably most excited for, let me scroll on down to my beloved Revenant. Where is it? That's the wrong balance patch. Hang on. Yes, that one. Okay, there we go. That looks more familiar. Bring this back down. Let's see. Yeah, in Vindicator. Saint of Zu Heltzer, your dodge there. The trait will now provide alacrity to allies affected by your dodge. So let me just pull up a cheeky Vindicator build. There's a Power Vindy build here. So here we go. Saint of Zu Heltzer. It's going to do like a bunch of healing and barrier, but now it's also going to provide alacrity. So heal Alac Vindicator incoming. That's going to be fun. I'm super excited for that. Thank you, Sam. That's very helpful. I did have a question now, deep in trying to research the name of the not endotracheal tube that EMTs use. That's a very specific question, one that I might not have the answer for, unfortunately. You stomp your teammates back to life. Yeah, you're straight up going to bounce on top of your teammates to keep them alive. I'm super happy about that. That's fun. Heal Scourge overall I think is actually getting buffed because it's getting mainly another source of stability access. Have to see if it's the revive potential on transfusion gets moved elsewhere, but even without it, it's probably fine. Oh, it's called a Berman tube. That's cool to know. There's no chance I would have been able to tell you that, so you have successfully educated me there. Thank you. Now, patch will probably change chrono DPS rotations as you won't have improved alacrity anymore, right? Yeah, I figured it will probably change them a bit. I think people were roughly saying it might be a slight DPS increase to chrono, but that maybe assumes 100% slow up time. But I think people are probably... From what I've seen on Reddit from the people who are far more across that than I am, they seem to be wanting some of those changes shifted elsewhere. Is this that main or alt account? That's always a tricky question. Technically, EU's my main nowadays. It's where I spend most of my time, but this account's got about 1,000... How many hours do I have on this account? Oh, 1,300 hours. Okay, so it's not a... Well, I thought it was 1,500. It's not quite yet. Got 1,300 on this one. We got about 10k on our NA one. But I spend most of my time here now. You're so excited to hear about the chef skin for years, and you finally got a PC and ready to buy it. That day you removed it from the current shop, and you don't have a reason to play, and it's been 7 months. Oh, sorry to hear that. Oh, it's about the dilemma you've been having. Oh. Sorry to hear you weren't able to grab that chef skin. We can generally be rest assured that it will probably return at some point in the future. Ready for the rain tomorrow. Oh, so excited. So excited for rain. It's barely rained in 6 months here. We might finally get something. Them's rookie numbers. I know. Well, we do have another account as well. It's got about 500. So our efforts are extensive, but they're spread out over multiple accounts. Not sure how dedicated you are to unlocking stuff on your EU account, but the finishes are pretty cheap because the PvP Rush rewards giving one and a lot of players are selling them off. Nice, I'll look into that. I think I will probably end up doing the PvP Rush because it's just insane value. Hang on. It's actually reward tracks. Nah, mate. Okay, let's go. End of Dragons. I just want to set that as repeatable. Activate. How can I repeat you? Matty Gone, welcome in. It's great to see you. Everyone go check out Madigon over on Twitch as well. What is up, mate? Finally getting 50 degrees Fahrenheit here and above. Good to guess, a little bit warmer there. Engineer's more playable after the current patch. Yeah, overall it's just improvements for NG, I think. If you're an NG main, you got to be pretty happy, I think. Have to complete it once to get the repeat. Okay, well, we'll try and finagle that a bit. Let's actually grab... Oh, I only got 24 characters in this account. Them's rookie numbers. Let's grab this one. Just so I don't mess with my builds too much. Oh, you enjoying playing Icebrood? You're on chapter 2. Excellent. I really enjoyed Icebrood as well. Especially the start of Icebrood is really, really good. And also I probs need to just grab a build for this. And let's do that. And also back to patch notes. Yeah, that's the right one. Oh, geez, Steam OS is finally launched for computers. Oh, that's really, really cool. Might have to like test it out, because I think that's like somewhat Linux based, isn't it? So I do have an older PC sitting in our lounge room, which, yeah, that's got Windows 10 and can't be upgraded to 11. That's going to be out of support. So I will probably later on this year shift that over to Linux. $40 computer I got off Facebook Marketplace. Thing's been running for years. It's great. But yeah, Thief and Death Blossom, just that's a buff. That's great. And I think even so Daredevil. Impaling Loaders here, so projectiles from the skill can now only hit their original target, increase torment stacks from 1 to 2, and increase the bleeding from 1 stack for 15 seconds to 3 stacks for 10 seconds. That is a big buff. I've heard talks about the changes it's going to make to Condi Daredevil. Condi Daredevil is going to be absolutely broken if those changes. Yes, later on this year that Windows 10 doesn't get supported. It requires an AMD-based system and an NVMe drive. Okay, I won't be able to do that then. That computer is definitely not at that spec. It's like it's an old HP Pro desk from 2012 or 2014. Spectre here, so Shade Step's been reworked, now augments your Shadow Shroud skills to have additional supportive effects. Okay, so Haunt Shot provides a small amount of healing. Grasping Shadows, that's where your Alacrity goes, so that's good. This is sort of your main skill you'll be using there anyway. It'll be good to see how much Alacrity you get from that. Get Protection. Oh, Spectre, heal Spectre. It's getting Aegis. Thief gets Aegis. Oh. It's so good. If you're a heal Spectre enjoyer, yes, that is good. Anything else here? There's some buffs to Shadow Arts as well. Shielding Restoration now provides Dark Aura. Gain Dark Aura when you steal. Gaining Dark Aura heals nearby allies. Okay. Cover a shadow when you steal. Create a field that grants protection. That's pretty cool. Yeah, indecipherable happy noises. Oh. Less stability now, though. Yeah, that's true. Maybe they'll make it so this actually provides stability and Aegis. Does that really... Hang on, Mind Shock. Let's just put that up. Okay, so you still get... Is stability tied to Mind Shock just in and of itself? Oh no. Stability should be tied to Mind Stock just in and of itself. So any changes to Shade Step would just be on top of that. Just having one skill providing Alac is strange. It is a bit strange. I mean, it's definitely helped by the fact that that skill has a super low cooldown, like what's Grasping Shadows sitting at.
Another.
Oh, it's on a 3-second cooldown. Yeah, when you have Alacrity, that's insanely low. So yeah, normally you pop into Shroud, you do like 3 of those and duck out. So it kind of depends on how much Alacrity you pump out. I feel like if you pump out, I don't know, 5 seconds of Alacrity per or something, you won't have any issues. And yeah, I'm not particularly thrilled about Windows 10 getting its support culled, especially because, Windows 7 that went on for so long. Because I don't mind Windows 10, I prefer it to Windows 11. And great dude at, oh nice, you're at 44,000 hours in game on your main and 12k hours on your second. Oh wow, that is monstrous. Well done. That's absolutely huge. I'm liking some of these changes to corruption as well. Basically, a lot of skills in Maliks on Revenant are getting additional effects, which is good, because one of the annoying things about Maliks is if you're running Maliks on Revenant, Lotus, welcome in, mate. You really want to just be having Embrace the Darkness, your elite, up all the time. That's where your damage comes from. And because of that, and because of how expensive your other skills, Empowering Misery, Banish Enchantment, Call to Anguish are, you don't really have a lot of budget to use them. Like, if you activate your Malik's Elite, Embrace the Darkness, then pop a Call to Anguish to try and CC, you just drain your energy, and then it kind of breaks your rotation and really gives you damage for quite a bit. So having some other effects tied to these, hopefully just shuffling the balance around and making these a bit more worthwhile, I think is cool. But yeah, the energy budget. Yeah. I think the only real way to kind of fix that, like, obviously you now get more benefits from them, so it might be less catastrophic to your rotation to deactivate your Malik's Elite, but you'd really have to have the energy cost of these just absolutely culled. Like, make Call to Anguish, instead of, how much energy is it? Let's take a look. It's 30 energy, like halve it and make it 15, and at that point it would probably be like, okay, cool, that's a fun skill to use for CC and it doesn't actually break anything. You couldn't change, well, not easily, you couldn't change the energy cost of Embrace the Darkness. You couldn't lower it, because else then it wouldn't trigger Elevated Compassion, so the quickness generating trait in Heralds. Then it would just immediately break Condi Quickness Herald, so you can't reduce that. And you certainly don't want to increase it. That doesn't fix the problem at all. Yeah, Heal Alac Vindy is going to be very good. Not many real Ranger changes here of huge note, really. Restorative Strikes is getting a bit of a rework. Well, they would have to make Switching Legends lower cooldown. Yeah, and that's a tricky one. Because a lot of Revenant's design kind of is based on... It's kind of based on the cooldown for Legends being as it is, obviously with its energy budget. It's kind of how all its energy skills are balanced, and also how weapon swapping sigils work on it. Condi Ranger improved a bit, yeah. Now this initial burst of fire when used, you get some more throw torch stuff. Great. Quick draw, you get some quickness. Yeah. No, it's good. Heal like Vindy like this. Let's take a look. Okay. Yeah, so you'll be running Scepter, Shield, Staff. Yep, basically exactly same stuff you kind of run on Heal Herald. Alliance Stance, Centaur. Yep. Yep, Salvation, Invoking Harmony, Fortified Blessing, gain protection or grant protection when you remove a condition. That's good. And Generous Abundance. Yeah, they're really good ones there. That's pretty standard Heal Vindy stuff. And if you want to be insanely tanky, you'll swap these ones here and you'll go something like that, so then you can get the reduced strike damage and barrier for each boon you have. But it kind of depends. If you want to do more healing, you'll do that. Maybe if you're tanking and want more survivability, you'll do that. We'll try out Bomb Kit now. Yeah, NG Kit's getting some love, it's great, but I'm excited for Heal Vindy. That's the one that's really standing out for me. Cleansing Channel, Invoking a Legend removes a condition. Yep. Spirit Boon. Yep, if you're running, like, honestly, on almost any Revenant build, you should be running that in group content because the extra boons you get are super nice. PK, welcome in. It's great to see you, my friend. Hope you're having a good day. And yeah, charge miss. You, especially on... Yeah, heal... Any heal Herald now kind of really wants to run charge miss. I think on Herald, because the energy consumption, especially in Glint, is quite low, you can run Song of the Mist and it's not really going to impact anything. You're going to get some benefits out of it. So when you swap to Centaur Stance, you'll heal. When you swap to Glint, I think you do some conditions, but extra healing is nice. But Charge Miss is better because then you just get a ton of extra damage on extra skills. Or Alac DPS Vindy, if it happens, might actually be Condi and not Power. That is an interesting thought because Vindy itself just doesn't have Condi traits, really. But yeah, it's really interesting. It's a tricky thing with Power Alac builds because as soon as you start taking Diviner's Gear, the damage drops off really, really quickly. So people say Alac DPS Vindy won't happen with how much damage you have to give up for Alac. It's a bit of the problem with Power Alac Renegade at the moment as well. You do sit a bit more on the lower damage side as well, and it doesn't really have the range of boon coverage that Herald has to make up for it. So Ritual's Gear is more forgiving. Yeah, Ritual's Gear is more forgiving. It's because condition damage builds really only depend on 2 stats, that's condition damage and expertise, whereas power builds require 3, power, precision, ferocity. So as soon as you start dipping into any of those stats, the effect compounds in a way. So losing those stats on power because you are dependent on 3 of them, as opposed to 2, there's a much greater impact. Oh, you basically take away the real DPS trait to give Alac, so your damage will be centered on everything else, so go Malix for actual damage. Yeah. It's kind of fair. Also depends on how much power coefficient your skills have. Yeah, generally. Annie, how's it going? Welcome in. I hope you're having a great day. Everyone, make sure you go check out Fireball Annie over on their Twitch channel. Absolutely fantastic from the stream, just absolute pillar of the Guild Wars 2 community. Did it work? There we go, it did. Hell yeah. How you going, Annie? Right now we're just having a bit of a chat about the patch notes coming out. Right now we're looking at what Heal Alac Vindicator might look like. Thank you, Sparse, for sending this through. But yeah, that's what you're going to be running Vindication. And Vindicator and your Alliance, so Alliance skills will give you either Might or Regen, so it's just extra boons, good time. Yeah, I'm very excited for the balance patch. Heal Alac Vindy is going to be a thing. Heal Spectre's getting buffed to the moon. Honestly, Heal Scourge is kind of getting buffs as well. Condi Daredevil may accidentally become like one of the most broken DPS builds in the game. And yeah, like Ellie's getting some nice changes, Endry's getting good changes. Honestly, it seems to be pretty good changes across the board. I think like people aren't particularly thrilled about the changes to improved alacrity on Chrono, but we'll see how that pans out. Song of Arboreum Energy Meld will grant endurance and vigor to nearby allies. 17 seconds of vigor is pretty hype. Yeah, Spellbreaker needs alacrity. I want to see Spellbreaker get alacrity. I want that. Who's pre-ordering the cookbook and who's only doing it to get the butter knife spear? I think I'll probably be pre-ordering the cookbook as well. One, because butter knife spear is pretty hype, but also because the cookbook looks amazing and my fiance Jess does a lot of cooking content, so some Guild Wars 2 themed recipes would go down a treat. The pulsing res on Shroud 4 from Transfusion being lost makes me sad. That is a trade-off. That's very true. I'll be interested to see if it comes back in any way. Like, you still get your Well of Blood revive well, and you have the range revive, so you still are a bit of a reviving spec, but the trade-off is that it's now actually getting a weapon that synergizes with Heal Scourge, because I cover this in my recent build guide on Heal Scourge. Heal Scourge actually doesn't care at all about what weapons you run. You can run any random weapon on Heal Scourge, You can run no weapons on Heal Scourge, and aside from the stats and the sigils not being there, it will work. The skills don't really mean anything. The only reason you run Torch is because it gives you some extra might and life force. The reason you run Dagger is because it gives you life force. The reason you run Pistol is because it gives you a bit of extra life force and CC. They don't actually do that much for the heal build. So you could run Staff on there now. You could run Swords for mobility. You could run Axe. You can run Pistol. You can kind of do whatever you want. Yeah, Heal Scourge is just the F buttons for the most part. Everything else is optional. Yeah, straight up, all the utility on Scourge is just in your profession skills. That's where all of it is. It's where, when I say all of it, it's where like 80% of the value is, really. So having a weapon now that's actually like, okay, here is the support weapon and this trait you take. Yeah, Staff also gives good life force. Yeah, like Staff is a really good one. But now it's like, okay, Staff is here. It's a support weapon. You're getting a ton of useful effects. I'll paste the patch notes in chat as well. It's just the version on the wiki that's just been formatted slightly differently. But yeah, check them out there. But where is it? So yeah, Mark of Blood. Your allies can now trigger your marks. That's good. It means you can cast your wells around, or wells, your marks in different areas, and that's going to be really cool. They're actually quite large in terms of the AoE. Yeah, you can take the mark straight for even more life force. Yeah, like Staff's just a good weapon. So yeah, Mark of Blood grants Vigor. That's great. Chillblains gives protection. It now, Putrid Mark will now remove Condies, that's great, and Reaper's Mark, most importantly, will grant stability to allies. So now Scourge, instead of having the one very sad, but recently improved, stability source in Trail of Anguish, is now getting a second one. This, I mentioned this earlier, this is the big thing that made, or makes Chronomancer and Druid, as range stab as well. Yes, that's really good. The lack of stability access is what separates Chronomancer and Druid from Scourge. Only having one source of stability is not great, so having another one is a really big buff to it and kind of puts it... I'd say this is a worthy trade for, even if it was just a straight loss of the Pulsing Revive on Transfusion. Is Heal Scourge good, or is it outclassed by other options? Even right now, Heal Scourge is really, really good. I'd say it's probably the third best healer in the game. I'd probably say Heal Chronomancer is the best, followed by Heal Druid, and then after there I'd say Heal Scourge. By the way, would you run Energy Sigil and Heal Vindy Endurance on Legend Weapon Swap? Probably depends on the Alac duration. I think you probably would, just because you get so much utility tied into it. It's a bit like, you know, Staff Camping Mirage. You really want as much endurance as possible, so I feel like you probably would, even though you probably, yeah, because you'd run probably Transference and Energy, I think. Yeah, for default content where you don't need specific stuff like Portals or Reflects, it's very good. Yeah, Scourge obviously can't reflect, and if you can't reflect, you're going to be quite sad. Yeah, Necro's insanely good. This is honestly like a bit of a buff to Power Reaper as well. Especially if you're running the slightly older version of Power Reaper like I am, where you run Greatsword and Staff. Now there's just a bunch of utility just thrown onto your Staff for free. Heal Vindy should be spoiled for NG since you just have to dodge the main boon. Yeah. Just made Scourge open world build, been enjoying it. Oh, Scourge is great. It's so damn good. It's one of my favourite DPS builds. Okay, I'll finish covering this. Oh, super close to finished anyway. Song of Arboreum, get Vigor, this is Heal Vindy. Bouncing around a bit, we're just getting the stream of consciousness going here. It's really not organised in any real way. So just buckle up and come along for the ride. What's this one? Oh, gain increased power, and when you're above 50%, and increase healing power when below it. Meh. Cool, but meh. And yes, everyone go check out Madigon over on Twitch. Thank you for that, Annie. And Saint of Zuhelter, so the affected area of your dodge is increased. I mean, do I have that right here? Oh, I do. Nice. Yeah, there we go. See, look at that. Look at that range. That's big. That's now going to be healing. That's going to be boons. That's going to be a good time. So yeah, that on top of just the increased healing you do, as well as barrier. Let's just bring that up here. Yeah, you do barrier and healing, so now you're getting Alacrity on top of that, on top of all the good stuff. Yeah, Heal Vindy's going to slap. In terms of your gear, yeah, just throw Harriers on there. And yeah, I think Transference and Energy is a really good shout. And Relic of Febe. When you use a healing skill, grants swiftness and movement impairing conditions. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. That's probably what it will be. What's the range of that dodge? Let's see. Radius 300. So it's not like giant. It's not Revenant or not Herald 600 range, but it's not nothing. Not Dodge Relic. I think probably the main thing, because Swiftness is actually a very important boon, especially for healers. If you don't provide it, it actually makes it harder to move around encounters and get out of mechanics, so you actually really feel it if you don't have Swiftness. So it's actually quite a key boon. It's a bit of an underrepresented boon for healers, so having that is quite important. Like, it's underrated in terms of how important it is. In terms of other like dodge relics, let's see, like a standard one would be Monk, so just increased heal effectiveness. Let's see. Gain alacrity and regeneration at the end of your dodge roll. That would be great if it granted alacrity to your team, but it's just to you, so it's kind of useless. And Relic of the Daredevil, meh. That's obviously not relevant to you at all because you don't care about critting. We do Vigor, gain Vigor after evading. Like, Vigor's pretty good. It means you could probably dodge more, but then you're missing Swiftness uptime. Gain 50% endurance after using a healing skill. You get that from other places in your build. So I'd say Febe is probably the main one. When you use a healing skill, grant swiftness and remove movement impairing conditions. That's good, because then it means if you remove movement impairing conditions, it then frees up your other condition cleanse skills to remove other conditions as well. But it can just be like pure Herald Supremacy now. I love it. Oh, cool, washing machine's done. Hooray! But yeah, I think they're probs the main things I'm excited for. Excited to see Elemental Bastion give alacrity, so whenever you do auras and grant auras on Tempest, which is kind of the whole point of Tempest, you give alacrity. That's good. I like it. Engineer, a bunch of changes to kits I'm happy with. Yeah, it's a good patch. Afaro, welcome in. You like the Mirage change to Greatsword, you're enjoying that playstyle. So nice to have an ambush attack that's less cooldown and stronger. Yes, that will be very good. I haven't messed around with Mirage too much in quite some time, but Power Mirage is quite a fun, it's quite a fun build. Just seeing all the boons bounce around between allies is super fun. Don't know how good the 300 radius on Alac will be. 300 range isn't amazing. It's not as bad as some other classes. But because you can also dodge so frequently with this build, when you're going to be granting yourself Vigor and getting Sigils of Energy in there as well, and so many of your skills just regen energy, so you'll be able to dodge a bit. So if you miss an application, you'll then have another application really rapidly. So as long as people are reasonably stacked up, like if I dodge here, if you just observe the yellow circle, people should be stacked up like that. If they're not stacked up like that, they're kind of in the wrong spot. So that is let's call it a sufficient range. It's not 600 range like Herald, but it is sufficient. And Araxis, welcome in. You're coming back to Guild Wars 2 after a year or two. Want to main Condi Renegade. Do you think you'll be making a guide on Condi Renegade like you did 2 years ago? A very good question. What you can do, like honestly, you can, if you go back just a few videos on my channel, there is a Condi Spear Renegade guide there. The build isn't as absolutely catastrophically outrageously broken as it was when I made that guide, but Spear Camping Condi Renegade is really good. Like that, and that will still be really good right now. It's a really simple build to play. It's got great utility. It's got a fun rotation. That will just be fine. And yeah, I think the ideal version of the build, there is a straight up spear camping one where you run 2 spears and swap between them. I don't even bother doing that. Like, hang on, do I even? Just pretend this is all Viper's gear and Relic of the Fractal. I'd just run Spear and then I'd go Sigil of Torment. Just pretend it's Viper's gear and we're all happy. And then just go Earth. And yeah, I just camp on Spear, and it's what I do, and it does great DPS. And yeah, if you want a bit more, you can just run 2 Spears, and when you swap Legends, just swap weapons immediately after, and bam, a bit more damage. And that will work just fine. But I think the highest damage version runs like Spear and Mace Axe, and you sort of cycle between them. It will function very, very similarly. But yeah, especially if you're coming back, the simple version that just camps 1 Spear, you'll be totally fine. And then you can like choose to improve it from there. I straight up forgotten what I was doing. Oh, PvP. In we go. I don't know why you're so tired, Addy. You've done nothing but sleep all day. Is it EU? Yes, Joel, we're on EU. Welcome in. It's great to see you. Oh, yeah, I also need, let's just go grab a build. Let's give us a good Revenant build. Thank you, Valen. Let's go. Power Vindy? Oh, Power Renegade. Yes. Oh, Condi. Oh, so many good builds. Am I join? Hell yeah. And Cody, why are you overloaded? I'm not doing anything. Power Renegade. Oh, Power Renegade would be pretty hype. Spear and Mace Shield. You thought Necro might get a support weapon with the next X-Pack. You're not sure about that anymore. Yeah, kind of with... no, not Spear. Oh, I just had a complete brain fart. I just stopped. The gears stopped. The lights are on, nobody's home. With Staff becoming the de facto support weapon, yeah, I can see how that wouldn't be a thing. Lord, that took us some time to get there. Staff, yeah. Been talking about it, and then just nothing there. Want to try the Power Herald build, but haven't played Rev in PvP at all. Rev is probably my favourite overall PvP spec. Let's see, actually. Does the pole command work? Hang on, let me... Stream elements? Not stream elements. There is something somewhere that lets me make a poll. You know, I need to test this because I need to know, poll? Condi Renegade, and I don't know, Power Renegade. Does that work? Okay, I have no idea. Oh well, let's just make a poll. Oh, no, it worked! Well, maybe. Is it just a poll with one option? A poll has been started. That sounds like a me thing that I would do. Hang on. Where is it? Where even is it? Okay, I guess it just doesn't exist. Okay, we'll actually create a poll. What build? Let's go just Power Renegade. Let's go Condi Renegade. Let's go Power Herald. Oh, let's go... Let's go. I know, set it for like 2 minutes. Cool, we're going to start a poll. What build are we playing for PvP today? Yes, there we go. Poll's actually working now. Good. Hopefully that's working. But yes, everyone vote in that. Let us know what kind of build you think we should play tonight for PvP. This Winter Snow Crows featured different builds with different weapons. It's a relatively recent change, but a very welcome one. Usually what they used to do is the different weapon options were somewhat baked into the actual single build page. So it might have like a weapon variant there or another tab within there. So now they've just sort of made it more visible to people, I think, to really demonstrate the amount of build variety that Guild Wars 2 has. So overall, that's a good change. But what I'm going to do now is take a quick break, go stretch our legs. We've been going for a bit. We've been yapping for a while, so yeah, we'll go stretch our legs. We'll come back. We'll get this build set up and let's dive into some PvP on EU. Do this rush. It's going to be a good time. See you soon. When ConnorConCarne first launched with Heart of Thorns 8 years ago, it was the best and only quickness and alacrity provider in the game. And today, we're taking a trip back to a simpler time.
You've got to come back with me!
After 8 years of balance patches, expansions, pandemics, and economic collapse, ArenaNet has gifted us something special. So today, we're covering what is unquestionably the most flexible build in Guild Wars 2, the boon sharing ConnorConCarne. Welcome back everyone. Over the past few months, ConnorConCarne has been my go-to support class whenever I jump into endgame PvE. No matter which raid I do or which strike I'm commanding, I can change up my build to cover whatever the group needs. With a single trait change, we can go from providing quickness to covering alacrity to even pumping on an exceptional DPS build. No need whatsoever to change your gear. Not only that, you basically have complete freedom to bring whatever utility skills you need to hard carry your team to victory. Mesmer in general is known for having access to some of the best utility skills in the game, with Portal for team-wide mobility, Feedback for outstanding reflex, and mass invisibility for squad-wide stealth. Plus, with ConnorConCarne's access to continuum split, you can squeeze double the use out of each of your skills whenever you need. Guild Wars 2 has one of the best combat systems I've ever seen, and ConnorConCarne just lets you experience even more of that. To put it simply, Chrono takes the best that Guild Wars 2 has to offer and gives you even more of it. That's enough of my gushing, it's time to jump in. When you become a ConnorConCarne, you get access to Shield as an offhand weapon, which has an amazing block and the absolutely loaded Tides of Time skill. We won't be using it on this build, but we will on the new and improved Heal Chrono build, but that's for another video, my friends. You also get access to Well skills for some powerful AoE effects. Your Shatter skills have also changed. Mind Rack becomes split second, so now when you shatter, your clones explode twice instead of once. Rewinder replaces Cry of Frustration. You still inflict confusion and damage foes, but now the recharge of the shatter is reduced by 3 seconds for each clone that you use. Time Sync replaces Diversion, so you now inflict a shorter duration days compared to Diversion, but you now also apply slow to enemies as well. Most importantly, you now get access to Continuum Split, which is the single most unique skill in Guild Wars 2. And if I were to describe it simply to someone I met on the street, it would basically be you activate it to save your current health, position, and current cooldowns. While it's active, you can use whatever skills you want. It will last longer the more clones that you shatter, and when it runs out, you're reset to your starting position with your health and cooldowns intact. You're then free to cast your skills again straight away. It basically lets you travel back in time and use your skills twice. There's countless ways to use this skill, and each one is more incredible than the last. And now we'll touch on our gear and food. For our gear, we're using a mix of Berserkers and Assassin's gear to hit 100% critical chance. I've included the exact combination of gear that I use on the screen, and I'll also include a link to the build in the description below so you can check back on it later. Hitting 100% critical chance when you're fully buffed with Fury is incredibly important to power DPS classes. Every time you don't crit, you're missing out on a huge amount of damage due to your critical hits being powered up by your ferocity. ConnorConCarne is a class that needs a lot of help to reach crit cap, so we'll be using more pieces of Assassin's gear than you're used to. There are lots of different combinations of gear, runes, sigils, and food that will get you there. This one I recommend because you can use the standard power and ferocity food that all other power classes use, so you don't need to buy a separate food. We'll be taking Rune of Infiltration for the extra power and precision you need to crit cap. As is the case for a lot of power builds, we'll be taking Sigil of Force and Impact for the flat damage increase you get to strike damage. If you are struggling to keep up boons, you can swap out Sigil of Impact for Sigil of Concentration. This will give you an extra 10% boon duration at the cost of some damage. As a boon support build, the most important thing you can do is make sure that your team has 100% quickness or alacrity uptime, whichever is the one you're providing. So Sigil of Concentration can give you a nice cushion if you need it. We'll be taking Relic of the Thief for a simple 5% damage modifier, and for our consumables, we'll be taking Sous Vide Steaks and Superior Sharpening Stones, or any power and ferocity food that fits your budget. For our weapons, we'll be taking Dagger, Sword, and Greatsword. If you need to group mobs together, you can run offhand focus instead of sword. However, sword is going to be your highest DPS option. The best thing about Chronomancer weapons after Secrets of the Obscure is launched is that we can also equip dagger instead of main hand sword like we used to. This means that each of your weapon sets is fully ranged and dagger is far easier to use compared to sword. Being able to attack from range sets this build apart from the incredible Power Quickness Herald and means you'll likely be able to achieve higher damage on boss encounters where you can't always be in melee range. For our dagger skills, Flying Cutter will launch a blade at your target, and if you hit them 3 times within a few seconds, you'll cause a flurry of blades to hit them. This attack pierces and works from 1200 range, which is incredible. Blade Cook will throw a cone of 3 daggers in front of you, which will then return to you and strike your target again. If you hit an enemy with this attack, you'll generate a clone. Even though this skill has 1200 range, you want to be somewhat close to your target to make sure that all 3 blades land, due to it being thrown out in a cone shape. Unstable Blade Storm will create a storm of daggers that will attack nearby enemies every second. Just some nice AoE damage overall. On sword, Illusionary Riposte will let you block and create a clone if you're attacked. You can also activate it again to fire Counterblade, which will fire a bolt to daze your target. Phantasmal Swordsman will strike your target and summon a Sword Phantasm. If the first strike hits, you'll gain 8 stacks of might. The Phantasm here actually does a few things. It will first leap towards your target, which creates a leap finisher for itself. Then it will attack 8 times with Blurred Frenzy, the Mesmer Sword 2 skill. This skill is important because it provides you with a ton of Fencer's Finesse stacks due to one of our traits, which just translates to extra ferocity. If you choose to equip Focus, Temporal Curtain will summon a wall of energy that will give swiftness to your allies and cripple enemies. You can then activate it again to pull nearby enemies together. This is the main reason you're going to want to take Focus, so you can pull groups of enemies together for you and your team to burst down. Phantasmal Water will summon a phantasm that attacks nearby foes 12 times and blocks projectiles as long as you stand in it. On Greatsword, Spatial Surge will fire a beam of energy at your foe, which will deal more damage the further away they are. Mirror Blade will make you throw a blade towards your target and generate a clone. The blade then bounces between enemies and allies, which will either damage foes or grant might to your allies. It also inflicts some vulnerability for good measure. Mind Stab is just a simple, meaty spike of AoE damage that you can aim freely, which also cripples foes. Phantasmal Berserker will make you throw your greatsword at targets, deal damage, remove boons, then summon a Greatsword Phantasm to attack multiple times. This is one of your highest damaging skills, and the Phantasm will typically want to refresh with Signet of the Aether. Illusionary Wave will simply knock back foes in front of you and deal a small hit of damage. Due to your trait Vicious Expression, it will also remove boons from enemies you hit, which is a very nice feature of any Power Mesmer build. One of the best things about Chronomancer is that you can typically swap out any of your skills to suit what you and your team need. Except your heal skill, but we'll get into that in a moment. So many other builds have 1 to 2 skills that are set in stone, and you can never change without seriously hindering your build. Chrono doesn't have this problem. We'll start with your default loadout, and then you can tweak it from there. First up, we have Signet of the Aether. The passive effect of this is that you'll heal your skill whenever you summon an illusion. And when you activate it, you'll heal yourself and instantly recharge all of your Phantasm skills. Never change this skill. It's needed to recharge your Phantasms and make your rotation work properly. So if you ever think about changing it, just reflect on your words and deeds, what got you to this point, and then leave it alone. You can either run Phantasmal Disenchanter or Mantra of Pain, depending on your preference. Mantra of Pain is just here for a nice burst of damage and will give you the highest overall DPS. You'll just be using a single charge of it, wait for it to restock to 2 charges, and then using one whenever it's available. This is the first skill that you can swap out when you need a bit of extra utility. Phantasmal Disenchanter is my personal preference. Being a Phantasm, it also gives you an extra source of your key boon, either quickness or alacrity. It also generates additional clones that can make your opening burst with Continuum Split far easier to execute, which we will touch on later in this video. On top of some decent damage, it also removes boons from your target, so some nice extra utility baked into your build for free. This is my personal recommendation, as I find it makes the rotation far easier to pull off. For the rest of this guide, I'll be assuming that you've equipped Phantasmal Disenchanter, particularly for the rotation section, but you can replace it with Mantra of Pain with no issues if you prefer though. just a matter of personal preference. Well of Calamity will do some big pulsing AoE damage and also apply Cripple and Weakness, which reduces the damage that enemies do. Well of Action, again, is some pulsing AoE damage. It will apply slow to enemies and super speed to your allies when it expires. It also grants Might and Fury to crank your team's damage. Gravity Well does even more pulsing damage. Each pulse applies a different type of CC. First you'll knock down, float, and then pull enemies towards the center and deal tons of break bar damage. You can use this skill for damage off cooldown, but you can also save it for break bars if you need. If you want to swap out your skills, swap them out in this order. Mantra of Pain and Phantasmal Disenchanter first, Well of Calamity, and then finally Well of Action. Mesmer has tons of great skills, so we're spoiled for choice here. Portal is obviously great to portal your team around as needed. There's so many different uses for this skill, so use your imagination. Mantra of Concentration is great for providing extra stability and aegis to your team. Feedback is your go-to skill if you ever need to reflect projectiles, incredibly important on raid fights like Matthias. Mantra of Distraction will give you extra break bar damage against single targets. Well of Senility will give you extra break bar damage for multiple enemies as well as some extra damage. Mimic is a fantastic skill. Once you cast it, you can then use your next utility skill twice before it goes on cooldown. Use this if there's a utility skill you really want to get another use out of. Portal is a super common use for this. Signet of Humility, or Moa Signet as it's commonly referred to, is great for truly insane levels of break bar damage on single targets. Mass Invisibility is incredibly useful to provide your entire squad stealth. Notice that this has a target cap of 10 people instead of 5 like most skills do. Time Warp is nice for a little bit of extra quickness. It's great if you're running the Alacrity version of this build and you need to pad out your team's quickness a bit. For our trait lines, we'll be taking Domination, Dueling, and Chronomancer. Domination is here for a lot of extra damage modifiers, the single most important thing for a DPS build, and gives you an insane amount of boon removal baked into your build for free. Bountiful Blades will cause your Greatsword 2 skill to bounce additional times and your Greatsword 4 skill to summon another Phantasm to attack your target. This trait makes Greatsword 4 the single most important skill in your damage rotation, and the skill will be resetting with Signet of the Ether. Egotism will simply cause you to deal increased strike damage to foes at a lower health percentage than you. Damage modifiers on a DPS build are always a good thing. Vicious Expression will cause you and your illusions to deal more damage to enemies without boons. It also makes it so that whenever you CC an enemy, you'll remove boons from them. This trait gives Power Chronomancer, or any Mesmer build that takes it, truly insane levels of boon removal, which I might add is fantastic for things like Harvest Temple Challenge Mode, which we are working our way through at the moment. Dueling is all about improving your critical hits and granting Fury to yourself and your team. Phantasmal Fury will simply grant Fury to your Phantasms so that they deal more damage. Fencer's Finesse will grant you stacks of Fencer's Finesse, which grants you additional ferocity whenever you or one of your illusions attack with a sword or spear skill. Your Sword Phantasm will be solely responsible for this buff, so feel free to swap out this trait when you're not running Sword offhand. Master Fencer will grant 50% Fury uptime to you and your team, so a nice little bonus. Superiority Complex will make your critical hits do 15% extra damage, and given that we'll be critting 100% of the time, this is just a flat 15% extra damage across the board. You'll also deal an additional 10% strike damage to targets that are affected by CC. One thing to note is that when you're practicing this build on the Golem, make sure to not apply either Fear or Taunt to it. This will inflate your damage numbers to the point of them not being realistic. So if you really want to know how you compare to benchmark numbers out there, make sure to not apply these conditions. Chronomancer is all about letting you either provide quickness or alacrity to your team. With a single trait change at the end, we can either swap from a quickness to an alacrity or even a full DPS build. Time Catches Up will give your illusions super speed when you shatter so that they run to the target faster. They'll also make your shatters deal extra damage to movement impaired foes. This is a very consistent damage increase. Flow of Time will grant you alacrity for each clone you shatter, and when paired with the trait Stretch Time, will also apply it to allies. This means that even when you're not running Stretch Time and not the main alacrity provider for your team, you can still buff yourself with a bit of alacrity, which is very nice. Improved alacrity will make alacrity even more effective for you personally. you get an even bigger cooldown reduction, with the trade-off being that it has a shorter duration on you. This is somewhat counteracted by the trait Flow of Time, which will give you your own personal alacrity supply. You'll also do an additional 10% critical damage whenever you have alacrity. Now we get onto our Grandmaster traits in Chronomancer. Your choice here determines whether you're going to provide quickness, alacrity, or become a full-on DPS build. No other changes required. Stretch Time will cause your trait Flow of Time to affect nearby allies as well as yourself. You'll also grant alacrity to nearby allies whenever you summon a phantasm. With this trait, you don't need any extra boon duration to keep up 100% alacrity, a huge selling point of this build. Seize the Moment works very similar to Stretch Time. You'll now provide quickness to allies whenever you shatter or summon a phantasm. This is basically the quickness version of the combination of Stretch Time and Flow of Time. Same deal as before, you don't need any extra boon duration to upkeep 100% quickness. Chrono Phantasma will turn this build from a boon support build straight to a power DPS build. Again, no gear changes required. Chrono Phantasma makes it so that after your phantasms are done attacking and would turn themselves into a clone, they instead resummon themselves and attack again. You will not find this level of flexibility anywhere else in the game, so bask in its glory, my friends. The rotation for Boon Chrono looks much more complicated than it is. If you look at the skills listed out, it can seem a bit overwhelming. However, at its core, the rotation is basically a set loop on Dagger, a set loop on Greatsword, then a fancy opening burst with Continuum Split where you cram in as many skills as possible. The good news is, you don't actually need to use Continuum Split to help keep up your boons. It just gives you a nice extra cushion of boons and a higher opening burst. So while you're learning the build, feel free just to slap the Dagger and Greatsword loops together and start incorporating Continuum Split as you get more comfortable. First up for our Dagger loop. We'll start by using Sword 5, Dagger 2, Dagger 3, we'll then auto attack, Dagger 2, auto attack, and we are back. Welcome back, everyone. Okay, it looks like Power Vindicator has won. Thank you all so much for voting in that and for making the decision for us. So now we are going to just add this build in. And yeah, let's see how we go. Okay, let's get the build. Just grab the code. Copy code. Now let's go H. Do I have equipment? Oh, I can straight up just put stuff here. Yeah, just put random things in there. And swap PvP stuff. Go to the build. I'm just going to go paste template. Cool, that's there. We need a sword and a greatsword. And do I have two swords? I got a sword there. I don't have another one. Oh, can people join? Yeah, by all means. Let's see if that command works. Yeah, feel free to join on me there. Now let's get a random sword. Okay. Let's go Berserker's Amulet. Relic. Evasion. And Rune.
Victory at any cost.
Vamp. Okay, and here we're going to go Energy, Intelligence. So let's go Intelligence first. Energy. And then Escape and Energy. Let's put Energy there. How's the sales recruitment going? Do we have any more people? I believe we're still on 6 at the moment. Doesn't work? Okay, feel free to like whisper me in game and then I might be able to send you an invite. Because you might have to like invite me to a party or something. But yeah, you can always try just whispering me. Cool, so we've got that. Okay, variants. Yeah. See how that goes. Okay. Ah, there we go. Let's try this. HD guy invite. Yeah, slash join should, yeah. Yeah, squad join there. I was just there because it's like the most common one. Okay. Bonus events, rush. Rush fighter. Yeah, grab that. Win a PvP match. Do that. Let's just pick everything there. That will uncheck rush entrant. Means still some time before you start learning Condivert. Yeah, you still got a bit of time. Ah, cool. We're actually in the same region. Wonderful. Okay, it doesn't matter. I don't have stats, so let's just go. Push or.
You must visit more often.
Yeah, why not? Let's just put it in push. I have no idea how push works. Either that or we can do unranked. I'm not too fussed. Aha. Reward tracks. We got the EOD reward track. Nice. Let's check this. Do we really want to get to tier 9? Push is fast and team fight orientated. Wonderful. Turn off arc. Don't need to see it. But yeah, Joel, join up whenever you're ready and we'll start blasting. Okay, how does this build work?
Finishing for a fight.
Replenishing.
And put Scavenger Burst there. I'm going to put Reaver's Rage there. Oh, you got a Q9 Restoration Hourglass Staff the other day with self 80 Ectos. Damn, nice. That's awesome. Okay, so basic combos. Alliance start. Go Spear, Scavenger Burst, Greatsword 3, 5, F3, Legend Swap. Forerunner of Death. So gain health and boons. So we're just swapping when we start. Okay. Shadows phase traversal. Phase traversal there, that works.
Time to do some real damage.
Suffer to ensure your allies fight your resilience.
There we go.
I have returned to fight at your side.
And Drew, welcome in. You have more gold than you've ever had due to selling a Gem 1 Legendary. Nice! You're still so far away from making Bind of Ipos because all Leyline Sparks. Yep, that can take a bit. But congratulations. Push the point to the enemy's team base to win. Alright, so first time playing this. Let's just go in, start blasting. Let's just double check how our build works. Okay, get Roiling Mist there, Unyielding Devotion. It's a new mode? Yeah, this is the new mode.
Feel the fury.
Okay, so I know what the good skills are, I just need to use the good skills.
They'll have to hit much harder.
Is it a test event or will it say? It said beta, so I assume it will probably leave at some point. It's always one. Make sure I didn't get any coffee on my keyboard. Oh, did a little bit. That's fine. So I can practice our Vindy in a way. Man. Make sure I don't have snap target on. Thanks for the hydrate. I'll do that at the next possible opportunity.
Right on target.
Dangerous.
Replenish it. Endurance running low. Time to do some real damage.
So not ideal. Oh, now's a good time to hydrate. Beth, how are you going? Welcome in.
It's my turn. I demand that you release me.
Ooh, that one hurt.
The artifacts have reached
See if we can
maximum
target the Tempest there. I have a question. You got bored playing Scourge that made everything so easy, so you started Harbinger, only to find out you deal so little damage and so fragile. Any tips? I could put a whole set of Viper weaponry for it too. It can do like really, really good damage. It's actually much higher damage than Scourge typically, so it might just be a fact of... And let's try and blast here. Let's go here.
Blue team has obtained an artifact.
Okay.
Still standing. Barely.
Cool, that's actually finished insanely quick. I've got a guide on Condi Harbinger over on my YouTube channel, which you will probably enjoy. Let's actually see Condi Harbinger. See if the command works. It might not. Hang on. YouTube videos, guides. No, build guides. Hey. Yeah, there we go. But really, it'll play it somewhat similarly in a few ways. You're going to be wanting to jump into Shroud very often, basically as soon as possible. That's where a huge chunk of your damage comes from. Because yeah, Harbinger in and of itself does actually do more damage than Scourge. Yeah, got no idea what skills do. Whenever you pick up a new build, it will feel bad and a bit awkward to play because you're still learning it. But as soon as you get past that point, it will start to make more sense. In terms of the durability of it, you can, maybe because Harbinger is naturally more frail than Scourge, you may want to take the trait Parasitic Contagion in Curses, I think it is. The one that will give you healing based on the amount of condition damage you do. That will really help. But yeah, Harbinger does offer much more burst damage even on a Condi build than Scourge, and just naturally higher damage overall. I like how quick these matches go, actually.
Raise your weapon.
Yeah, I think Harbinger it's more of a difficult one than Reaper to get into, and also because you're going to want to use like your Blood is Power to inflict condies on the target or get condies on you, then you want to transfer the condies to target. There's a bit more involved. Pushes off in a blowout for one side. It definitely seems like that. I even want to put Spear on this build, actually. Oh, Roy, thank you so much for those gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you. Everyone, enjoy your ads and no more ADMOs. Thank you so much.
Orivori gifted a tier 1 sub to Walkend.
Are we doing a game right now? Right now we're doing some PvP. We're going to finish off our PvP
Orivori
rush achievements.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Tiddles lol. Orivori gifted a tier 1 sub to Bengtha.
It's great to see Alka, and yeah, Harbinger does
Orivori
naturally have higher
gifted
damage
a
than
tier
Scourge. I
1
still
sub
prefer
to
Scourge.
Rafu.
Let's just go maybe stand over here.
Time to do some real damage. Time to do some real damage. Not enough energy.
Fireball Annie gifted a tier 1 sub to Sventai.
Annie, thank you so much for the gifted sub as well. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Oh. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. And especially if you're playing the Death Magic variant of Scourge, you will be insanely tanky.
The Colosseum's artifacts are accruing power.
Did you say to enjoy those ads? There's a chance I said that. In which case, enjoy the lack of ads.
It's my turn. The artifacts have reached maximum power.
Vigor. Recovery. I feel good.
This is definitely looking like a bit of a blowout.
I could outrun a centaur.
Together we have no equal.
Yeah, I think I might actually swap to Power Renegade. Even throwing a short bow on here, I feel like would be pretty good. Because, yeah, the Renegade Spirits will be insanely good here.
Recovery. I feel good. Time to do some real damage. Feel the fury.
Generally seen Herald or Renegade do better in this game mode. Yeah, 100%. I'll swap to Renegade after this. Yeah, the Renegade Spirits will be hype.
Bonus power! Right on target.
You are all weaklings.
Barely.
Tranquility has appeared.
Oh, tranquility, nice.
It's my turn. Colosseum's artifacts are accruing power.
Oof. Yeah, definitely going Ren. And yeah, even if a build does require stuff from X-Packs, there'll be a variant of it that is good for not having X-Packs as well. Let's go swap this over to Vindicator, Renegade. We'll grab that build. Go H. Nope, H here. I'll do short bow and staff. So cleansing, purging. Alcar, thank you for the bits, mate.
Alcar Calamo cheered 100 bits, brain teaser middle difficulty. During a recent trip to Scotland, I filled my car's 10-gallon fuel tank to the very top. I travelled at 60 miles per hour up the motorway, and I knew that I averaged exactly 40 miles per gallon. However, the moment I started, my fuel tank developed a leak, and 4 hours later I came to a complete stop as I'd run out of fuel. How much fuel did I lose through the leak?
So during your recent trip to Scotland, you filled your car's 10-gallon fuel tanks to the very top. So I had 10-gallon. You were travelling at 60 miles per hour up the motorway. So you averaged 40 miles per gallon. 60 miles per hour. The moment you started, fuel tank developed a leak, and 4 hours later you came to a complete stop as you ran out of fuel. How much fuel did you lose in the leak? Oh, nice. Okay, so you did 4 hours at 60 miles an hour, so 4 times 60 is 240. And you do 40 miles per gallon. So during that time, based on that, you would have used 6 gallons? Yeah, so 6. So you 6 gallons just from your driving. So how much fuel did you lose through the leak? So you should have lost 4 gallons. Hang on. 4 gallons? And yeah, it gives you incentive to buy a new X-Pack. But yeah, there are like good options for both. And yeah, all the guys will try and give you the best option possible. And quite often they may have some variants in there as well. But generally with any sort of MMO, particularly something like Guild Wars 2, it's generally assumed like if you want the best option, you want the latest stuff. 4 gallons correct? Nice. Math degree coming in handy. Thank you so much for the bits there, Aka. Yeah, the benchmark will give you the best option possible, but there are other options. Like even on Condi Renegade, the best option uses spear and mace axe, whereas when I play it, I just camp a single spear. So should you skip Soto and get Janthi Wilds immediately, or should you get Soto first? To do things in chronological order, I kind of recommend getting Soto first. Janthi is the better expansion, I think. But overall, Soto has a lot of value, especially for builds as well. Oh, I'm ready spaghetti. But I recommend you get all of them at some point if you're able. Oh, these are in the wrong slot. Oh no.
Sharp blades, sharp mind. Time to do some real damage.
I demand that you release me.
Come forth from death.
Turn off snap target.
up!
Turn off snap target.
We are Legion! Iron Legion, put your best into it!
I'm liking Renegade a lot more for this.
Back me up!
The Colosseum's artifacts are accruing power!
There we go.
I get replenishing.
Cast down the oppressors! We are Legion!
Oop. Skills are in the wrong order.
The artifacts have reached maximum power!
Not enough.
Blue team has obtained an artifact!
Iron Legion, put your best into it! Lieutenant, take the field!
Power Renegade's viable? Yeah, Power Renegade's totally viable. Yeah, I need to swap my skills around. They're in the wrong spots for muscle memory.
I could out. I feel good.
What'll you?
Blades ready. Justice. Time to do some real damage. Replenishing.
This is our fight.
Blue team has obtained an artifact!
And yeah, there are indeed certain builds that don't make sense. 50 Shards of Glory. Okay. Yeah, we've got to swap these around.
Bonus power!
Cast that signal the citadel.
Yeah.
Replenishing.
Let's just get out of here.
Ash Legion, fall in.
Get a block off.
The Colosseum's artifacts are accruing power! Tranquility.
Yeah, push definitely big blowout mode. If we can start getting some of those victor points there as well, that would be good. Yeah, we're going to swap these around. Let's try and knock that down.
Ash Legion, what'll you?
Ah, I keep thinking that's where my impossible odds lives. Get them up.
This is our fight.
There we go.
I feel good.
What's your current skill rating in PvP? Would not be fantastic. It's been a very long time since I've engaged in PvP. Like, I haven't actually...
Has obtained an
I think I've
artifact!
probably done less than 10 games of PvP on this account.
Use a hand over here.
Get the res. Okay, it's working a bit.
Replenishing.
Never surrender.
Sharp blades, sharp mouth.
This is out. Ash Legion, fall in.
There we go.
Use a hand over here.
Oh, almost got the heal off. And what is our rating? Oh no, we've done 25 games.
Curious.
But yeah, we're like deer at the moment.
Iron Legion, put your best into it.
I have returned to fight at your side. Colosseum's artifacts are accruing.
Try and kite a bit.
Signal the Citadel.
Oh, nice, good damage. Get the res.
Fate, meet fist.
We're about to hit rank 500 in World vs. World. Awesome, that's great.
The artifacts have reached maximum power.
There we go.
Bonus power.
Iron Legion, put your best into it.
Big burst. Okay, there we go.
Combination. I like it.
Red team has obtained an artifact. Red team has obtained an artifact.
I could outfeel the fury. Still
Tranquility has appeared.
barely. Not enough endurance.
Let's get Dark Razor down.
Centaur. Replenishing.
Let's get a block off. Ice Razor.
Ordnance incoming.
Oh, everyone just went down there.
Rejoining the fight. Feel the fury.
Okay, it's starting to make sense.
They'll have to hit much harder.
Yeah, everyone just kind of got nuked. That's okay. This game can definitely get in a bit of a stalemate.
Ash Legion, fall in.
I have returned. Together we have no equal.
I feel good.
Let's try and kite a bit.
The time is at hand for reckoning. Iron Legion,
Colosseum's
put your
artifacts are
best into
accruing
it.
power.
I wonder how long matches are on average. I'd probably wager, I think, I was gonna guess maybe like 3 minutes. Only had one game of push, run the timer out so far, but that was fun. Okay, definitely on the shorter side then. And Jerome, this is Guild Wars 2. Need to swap these skills around. It's making me very sad.
The artifacts have reached maximum power. Blue team has obtained an artifact.
Sharp mind. Feel the fury.
Red team has obtained an artifact.
Target that one.
Still standing. Barely.
Oh, because everyone's so concentrated. Oh, honestly, even going heal Vindy, I think, would actually be pretty hype. I think that might actually be the play. We might do that after this one.
Arise and do.
Because, yeah, support here is going to be absolutely amazing. Don't know how we're alive.
Bonus power.
This is getting serious. This doesn't it?
Warband in position. Back me up.
Yeah, let's get heal Vindy set up next.
Hope I pull through. I feel good.
Go stability.
Replenishing.
Ash Legion, fall in.
Let's get that Dragon Hunter down.
The time is at hand for reckoning.
Get the Stomp.
Ordnance incoming.
It's so easy for peeps to go down here. Hang on.
Assist does it. On my mark. Attack!
Oh, so close on that res.
Legion, fall in.
Yep.
Enough energy. Concentrate.
Iron
Should
Legion,
have gone for the Stomp there more than the res.
I have returned to fight at your side.
Replenishing. Back at it.
Yeah, definitely I think support Vindicator. We'll get that set up next. 'Cause yeah, if you can just win the team fights, you can just keep pushing. It almost feels like going like double support or triple support is probably a good idea.
I could outrun a centaur. You'll be doing that one for days.
Iron Legion, put your best into it.
Your soul is mine!
Just keep just throwing down cleave. Just no matter what, just throw down cleave.
Use a hand over here.
And just do I don't know, Shiro Elite.
Come forth from death, my beauty. I feel good.
Iron Legion, put your best into it.
Bonus power!
Lieutenant,
So easy just to get burst down there.
Warband in position.
You'll have to hit me.
Ash Legion, fall in.
Smart.
That's all good. Have a good night, Drew. I think this one will actually... It's a bit hard to tell because my webcam's actually over the timer. But yeah, I think this one will actually just run to timer.
I could outrun a centaur. Strength failing me.
Oop, instantly burst. Lexi, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome in, Raiders. My name is Connor, or ConnorConCarne. And you can also find us on my YouTube channel there, where I do all sorts of Guild Wars 2 guides. What is up? Everyone go check out Lexi over on Twitch. What'd you get up to on your stream, my friend? Tell us all about it. Right now, we are trying to blast through some PvP Rush. This match is going for so long. It's a very, very long match, but I think it's straight up going to run out of the timer very soon.
Replenishing.
But how are you going? It's great to see you. Yep, I want support Vindy. Jolter, welcome in. Great to see you. But we just bounce around between different Revenant builds. Not going so hot in terms of our losing streak, but that's okay. The only place to go from here is up. Not too much interesting. PvP, not really a thing. So he did some CM fractals and some Chivo hunting. Oh, that sounds fantastic. And how did the CM fractals and the achievement hunting go? Yeah, PvP hasn't been my thing for a very long time, but I do enjoy it whenever I jump in there. Let's go this set of gear. Just going to add in the avatar amulet, power, precision, vitality, healing power. Okay, that is indeed one of the things of all time. Spire of Samarog. Do I have a scepter? Oh, look at me, I do. Do I have a shield? Oh, so prepared. It's wonderful. Evasion? Gain vigor after evading. And Kiara paperwork is done. Congratulations, that is great. Let's go monk. Yep. And here, energy transference. Alcar, thanks for the bits once again.
Alcar Calamo cheered 100 bits. I recently gave a new carriage clock to my friend for a very special birthday. However, as usual with my presents, it was quite useless as it loses 6 minutes every hour. I set it using my own accurate clock at midnight and the clock now shows 10:12 a.m. I know that it stopped 2 hours ago, so what is the correct time now?
Let's go again. Boxy, welcome in. It's great to see you. Hey, it went well. You found the Kitsune Kit treasure hunt thing, which is charming. That's awesome. I'm really glad. Okay, and Alcar, you recently gave a new carriage clock to your friend, a special birthday. However, it loses 6 minutes every hour. So you set it to using your own accurate clock at midnight, and the clock now shows 10:12 a.m. You know that stopped 2 hours ago. What is the correct time now? Okay, so if it loses... So set it using it at midnight. So it was accurate at midnight. Oh, do you teleport on walls on Vindicator? Not really, as far as I know. Might be some edge cases you can make it work with sword skills, but not inherently using your Vindicator skills. So it stopped 2 hours ago. Correct time now. Okay, so it's first, how long did it take to get to there? So I feel like if that did... So that would have been 9 hours, because yeah, 9 would get you 9 times... Oh no, hang on. No, that's not right. That is a tricky one. So it was 6 minutes every hour. Six minutes. Every hour. 10, 12 a.m. 12:00 a.m. So that's 10 hours and a bit. That doesn't check. So if it loses 6 hours, does that mean it is 6 hours slow or 6 hours fast? What do you mean by that? Like, if an hour passes, would it show like an hour and 6 minutes, or would it show 54 minutes?
Never capitulate.
So it loses, not gains. So would the... So if an hour goes, would it show 54 minutes?
Sense now.
That's what this is. Okay, so 54 minutes. Cool, so that's about to start. So I've got to figure out when it stopped. Okay, so I know 12 times 54, just plugging that. Times 54. Would it be 11 times 54? Was that? Divide that by 60. 10.9 hours. I feel like it has to be 12. Okay, so 648 divided by 60. And by game name, this is Guild Wars 2. Lose 6 minutes every hour. The clock now shows. You know that stopped 2 hours ago. What is the correct time now? Okay, so how long would it have taken for it to get to 12:12? Basically. No. That's a really tricky one. A raid tonight? Probably not tonight, no. We'll probably be doing raids, I think, tomorrow night. Oh, nice, ready. So it's 2 hours from whatever time it actually is to show that, and if it loses that much every hour. Might have to come back to that. Won't be able to do it during like an actual PvP match. I need to scribble down notes. Because you need to figure out what time it got to for it to show 10:12 in the morning or 12 past 10 in the morning. If it loses 6 minutes every hour. And then if you figure out what time it is for it to show that. What if it was... Okay.
I could outrun a centaur. Venom. Too strong.
Take the raise if we can.
Replenish.
Need to... It's one of the annoying things about build templates is they won't necessarily show the... have the skills in the right order.
The Colosseum's artifacts are accruing power!
Feel the fury.
Swiftly breathe.
Let's get to it.
Together, we shall gallop! The artifacts have
That's
reached
how I do.
maximum power!
I could outrun a centaur.
It's
1320? Is that the answer there?
Another personal victory. They'll have to get my structural integrity compromised. Replenish.
Make them concede.
Okay, this is working pretty well.
Blue team has obtained an artifact.
I have a PvP in the guild hall. That is awesome, Afaro. Thank you for that.
We must renew ourselves.
Oof. Oh, so it must be 1020. Well done, Afaro. That is great. Okay, use Purifying Essence and Tree Song. Purifying Essence is there.
Red team has obtained an artifact. The Colosseum's artifacts are accruing power. Tranquility has
Block.
Replenish.
It's gonna hurt. Ooh, ouch. But well done there, Faro. Oh, you use stars to ensure fight to block attacks. Thank you so much for the gifted sub, Alcar.
Alcar Calamo gifted a tier 1 sub to Kiri_Sparks. They have given 130 gift subs in the channel.
I could outrun a centaur. They'll have to get much harder.
Block.
We must renew ourselves.
Brain still works a bit at least. That's very good to see. One thing I would like to see is if push didn't end in such stalemates. Because it's quite easy just to get to the point where the match is literally going to go on forever, which Conquest doesn't have that issue. Okay, so let's
Red
get...
team has obtained an artifact.
I feel good. I could outrun a centaur.
A cleansing dust.
Let's just try and keep everyone alive here. Not working. Yeah, max time at 5 minutes. I feel like that would be pretty good. And T-Tamer, welcome in. Or even just like more obvious ways to get the points. And you won a round of push by reaching 92%, where the enemy only reached 70. Never sweat so hard in PvP.
Colosseum's artifacts are accruing
Stun break
power.
the allies here. He says hello. We might take a break after this game, and then yeah, we'll come back and do some more PvP. There we go. You were doing PvP rush. Want to dive on in? But awesome. We're going to be back in a few minutes, so sit tight. Quickness Deadeye is a build that is surprisingly easy to play, easily covers permanent quickness for your group, and pumps out enough DPS to make everyone else in your squad exceedingly nervous. So sit back and let's get cracking with the highest damage of any boon provider in Guild Wars 2, and keep every other DPS player on their toes. Quickness Deadeye has returned from the Shadow Realm and is easily the highest damaging boon provider that Guild Wars 2 has to offer. But damage isn't the only thing you bring. Baked into your build for free, you have immense levels of CC to carry break bars all by yourself. You can more or less pick and choose whatever weapons you prefer to suit your refined taste. And if you can stomach a small DPS loss, you can load up this build with so much self-healing you won't even notice when your healer's pizza delivery arrives and they need to go AFK to answer the door. So with all the wonderful things ahead of us, let's dive in. First up, Deadeye is the elite specialization for Thief that came out with Path of Fire. The biggest change you'll see once you become a Deadeye is that your Steal skill is now replaced by Deadeye's Mark, which will grant you new stolen skills, and when you use a skill that uses initiative, you'll generate Malice, these orbs sitting above your health bar. You'll either gain 1 Malice when your initiative skill hits your marked target, or 2 if the skill crits. So critting all the time is going to be super important for us. Malice interacts with a lot of Deadeye's traits and skills, but the main impact on today's build is that when you use a stolen skill, when capped at 5 Malice, you'll enter stealth. This will actually be very important when it comes to our rotation later. Aside from that, you'll be able to use the new cantrips, which we'll be making great use of, and rifle as a new weapon, which is a great ranged DPS option. With our trait choices today, we're going to be focusing on using our stolen skills as much as possible, which will end up providing quickness to ourselves and our allies. That's all we need to know to get started, so let's jump on into the gear. For our gear, we're going to be rocking Berserker's gear with an Assassin's backpiece. Ideally, you'd also add in 5 precision infusions to perfectly optimize your build and then fill out the remaining slots with power infusions. I've included a version of the gear that doesn't need any infusions in the description below. You'll add in Assassin shoulders and gloves, but honestly, the difference is so minor that I'd recommend just going for the fully optimized gear set. It's simple to gear, the difference is minimal, plus you don't need to worry about stat swapping your armor later if you want to be a greedy little DPS goblin.
Hello, my dear.
Now, that was a bit of a segue, but back to the rest of the gear. You'll want to use Rune of the Dragon Hunter, which will give you slightly better results compared to Scholar Runes. Again, the difference is tiny, so if you already have Scholar Runes, just keep them honestly. For our sigils, we'll be using Sigil of Force and Impact, just the go-to power DPS options. And for our Relic, we'll be using Relic of the Deadeye, which will give you an extra 10% damage for 8 seconds after you use a cantrip skill. A nice change you can make if you want to trade some damage for survivability is to swap in the Relic of Zakharos, which will convert 4% of your critical strike damage into healing. This also stacks with your trait Invigorating Precision, which lets you easily out-heal the extreme damaging AoE in the Golem room, which is absolutely bonkers on a build like this. We'll be making use of a ton of cantrips in this build, so the Relic of the Deadeye is great value though. For our food and utility, we'll simply be taking the best power and ferocity food you can afford. So sous vide steaks ideally, as well as superior sharpening stones. For our weapons, we actually have a ton of flexibility. If you want the most damage possible, then run Staff and Dagger on swap. However, you could run either Staff or Daggers by themselves and you'd be totally fine. Personally, I like running one or the other. It simplifies the rotation massively. On Staff, your auto attack chain will simply deal some damage and vulnerability on the last strike. The last strike also has a very satisfying sound. Weakening Charge is your highest damaging skill on Staff and what you're going to be burning all of your initiative on. You'll spin forwards, attack 3 times, and apply weakness. It's also a whirl finisher for good measure. Just be aware that you can't move while performing this animation, so try not to spam it when you think you'll need to move out of harm's way soon. Debilitating Arc will deal damage, cripple your target, and cause you to evade backwards. It then flips over to the skill Helmet Breaker, which will simply daze your target. The cool thing here though is that if you land Helmet Breaker, you can use it again immediately. This means that you can spam ungodly levels of CC just by spamming your 3 skill. Dust Strike will blind enemies and give you a short 1-second projectile reflect. Vault, in my opinion, is one of the most fun skills in the game. You'll leap to your targeted location for a nice spike of damage and an evade in the process. Unfortunately, it's a bit expensive in terms of initiative, but you can use it to position yourself during combat. Plus, it's incredibly satisfying. Your stealth attack, Malicious Hook Strike, will knock down your target and is a nice source of CC. It is a DPS loss compared to spamming and Weakening Strike. Behold, we have returned. Okay. Now let's go and tee up another game. Thank you for joining very much, Joel. Really appreciate you coming along there. And thank you for the look, Kiara. Florio, welcome in. What are we thinking about the transfusion change? You like the idea of Staff as a support weapon. The transfusion change kind of kills the identity of Heal Scourge for you. overall, in terms of pure effectiveness, thank you for the stretch, as a healer, the change to Heal Scourge and Transfusion is going to make it stronger, I think. One, because Staff actually becomes a proper support weapon, because Heal Scourge doesn't actually care about the weapons it runs. It doesn't really have a supporty weapon, as it were. So it's giving it better accessibility, more Conji Cleanse, Vigor, Prot. They heal, so it's more healing, so that's good. It does, like honestly, since they removed the feature of Transfusion where it would port down to allies to you, the change has been, well, the identity of Heal Scourge has been reduced in that sense. But it's going to get more accessibility, which is great. More utility. I think overall it's going to make Heal Scourge stronger. And it's still insanely good at reviving because you have your Well of Blood and Signet of Undeath as well. But I think it's going to bring it a bit more in line with particularly things like Druid. Chronomancer I think will still probably pull ahead of it. Okay, so support Vindy. Swap between Kurzik stance and Ventari stance as often as possible to have more energy to pump out high impact skills. The swap between weapons as often as possible, keep triggering energy for more dodges, which also give plenty of heals and barrier. Prioritize using Purifying Essence, which is our R skill. Okay, we can use the Elite skill to knock down, so we can engage with it. So we've got Projectile Defense, Unprotective Solace, so they're probably our main skills there. We're probably actually less concerned about Natural Harmony.
Welcome back.
So in Kurzik stance, swap there. So we want to use Awakening to break stun on allies. And Tree Song. And channel the Urn of St. Victor in between your big dodges and Tree Song heals. Okay. How are we going for PvP rush as well? 20. So once we get a few, we just need to get some victory points in here. We can always be a bit cheeky and just do the ranked arenas, which we'll see how we go. Once we get a bit closer and get a few wins under our belt, then we might transition over to that.
Suffer to ensure your allies survival. Take a deep breath.
They'll have to hit much harder.
Heal off.
I feel good.
Oh, they're just pushing that. We can't stop them.
Raise your weapon.
Now we got to try and
Colosseum's artifacts are accruing power.
this one is probs just going to be a blowout at this rate. Yeah, they've just pushed that so ridiculously far. One day we will have the wipeout. Oh, let's just kind of let them get here. Like,
The artifacts have
that's not
reached
going
maximum
anywhere.
power. Raise your weapon.
I could outrun a centaur.
Yeah, we got someone just chilling in there.
Clear the air. Blue team has obtained an artifact.
Yeah, at this stage, given we got someone just AFK, just 99%, just let them go. Just let them go. There we go. It's a pretty fun game mode, though. Need to just work out how best to open so we can provide the most sort of utility to our team, I guess. Okay, so heading on in. I don't know, just work on target golem so we
must renew
can
ourselves.
knock it down, summon again. Okay, so money skills, awakening for prop, but also stun break, but also tree song just for extra healing per condition as well, because we're going to get absolutely condi bombed. I feel like Necromancer with staff has just been absolutely ridiculous. Okay, so starting off inventory, just moving tablet in, blasting, and then we can probs dodge on in to maybe get a little bit of barrier, and we'd actually swap to a lion stance there. So let's get that in there.
Make them concede.
And with that active, let's just turn that on. Take continuous damage while healing nearby allies. Take reduced damage from the state but you can't be healed. Okay, so let's try that. So we're going to throw tablet in, knock down, dodge in, swap Urn of Saint Victor.
Cleansing dust.
Just be a bit mindful of the damage that it does. We might just pop that after a while. We want to be swapping as often as possible. So I might go in with staff. Because we can actually do the block. So we'll basically head on in, summon our tablet, pop it in.
Raise your weapon.
Maybe Urn of Saint Victor, then start blasting Tree Song. If we notice there's a big stun going off, maybe popping Awakening to stun break all our allies. Okay, so that's our upkeep skill. Which one of these gives swiftness?
Arise, my brainless, arise!
Replenishing.
Suffer to ensure your allies' survival. Your resilience.
I could outrun a centaur. No. I feel good.
Oh, that's moving. Oh, let's get a block off.
fury. I could outrun a centaur.
What are we doing here? Okay, so you definitely do have to... Last thing you want to do is actually start just feeding in, which is kind of what we're doing now. I was like, Connor's having a bit of a better time on Renegade, I think. Where is that gone? It's just gone over here.
They'll have to hit much harder.
The artifacts have reached maximum power.
Another.
Sunbreak.
We breathe your resilience.
Oh, maybe. Maybe we can get up. Get that. No, unfortunately. Dragon Hunter seems pretty cracked on here.
Up on your feet.
Okay, and yep, everyone's just kind of gone down there. Let's just regroup a bit. Oh, they're just...
I could outrun a centaur.
Finishing for a fight.
Ooh, the Condis. What do people recommend as like a good build for push? Good builds to best builds. Push. Why don't I just AoE cleave is going to be good. Like there, we're just going to get completely trolled. Just let
Just
them.
one more confirmation of how great.
Sweet, sweet loot.
Bonus power!
We still haven't won a single game. Okay. Okay, so we should probably focus on the buffs as well. We've just been completely ignoring that. Do we go back to just power Ren? So at least here we can just throw down insane AoE cleave, which I kind of feel like it's just going to be better. Oh, let's actually fix this now. We'll put Razor Claw there. That's correct. And possible odds goes here. And I feel like... Do I usually put my stun break there? Yeah, that's kind of fine. So yeah, now I can kind of do this.
I feel good.
The time is at hand for Ash Legion. Fall! Bring the thunder!
Don't know how it blocked, but oh well. So all these give resistance. Well, that does when enhanced.
Feel the fury.
Ordnance incoming!
Dodge that. Yeah, it feels way better now actually having my skills in their correct spots.
Feel the fury.
Warband in position. Bring the thunder!
I don't know how the Necro actually blocks things there. It's always really weird.
Blood Legion, see it done!
So we can just ignore Razor Claw actually.
have returned to fight at your side.
Oh, it must be when it dodges it actually counts as a block.
This is our fight.
I could outrun a centaur.
So use Dark Razor to secure the stomp because we'll actually get a few stacks of stability. Good times.
Iron Legion. We are Legion.
Time to do something.
I almost feel like throwing Marauders on here is probably a better shout, just for some extra health. Yeah, bit less offense, bit more health.
What are you?
It all makes sense now.
I like the flow of Renegade more. I feel like this will probs be more impactful.
I could outrun a centaur. I feel good.
Got it used to our energy budget as well because these skills cost. Haze or Riposte and Shadows is so expensive.
Ordnance incoming. Iron Legion. Ash Legion. Fall in.
I feel good. Replenishing.
Shortbow's such a fun weapon. Power Renegade. Other weapons can we use? Okay, so let's try this setup.
This is our fight.
Go away. Okay, I don't know if we have any actual support here, so let's see. What's the other team got? And yes, welcome in LM. We are playing some Guild Wars 2 right now. But yeah, so starting off in Shiro is a pretty good shout, so we can sort of pre-buff with Enchanted Daggers, pop Jade Winds, immediately swap to Kala and just throw down Ice Razor and start blasting someone. And Jade Winds will at least get them to burn a stun break or so. Nice clean bags. They're not too bad. I've definitely had them cleaner. Oh, it's really annoying. Medium rank up chest. Nice. More spirit shards. Hooray! Oh, hi, Addie. Have you finished your dinner? Is that what you've got? Hey, Addie, can I have that? Drop. Hey, drop. Thank you. Good girl. Just finished her licky mat. Okay. Now we just need to remember to not immediately dive in because we are only Marauders.
I could outrun a centaur.
Should have done that. Now I got no energy. That's cool. Let's just wait.
That's how amazing I feel good.
That's cool. We've got a whole bunch of damage off on that Herald now.
We are Legion.
I'm going to pop down the Kala Elite.
Iron Legion. Put your best into it.
Okay. Good start.
The Colosseum's artifacts are accruing power.
Soul Beast is gone.
This is our fight.
I feel good. I could outrun a centaur.
Ouch. Oh boy. Need to get a heal off. Oh. Yeah, we should have been much more careful there. It's great. Actually, no, I think what we're definitely doing wrong is when our orb is moving, we should not be trying to stack up on it. It doesn't move faster. You just need one person to escort it and everyone else to protect it. So yeah, definitely, honestly, like, when we're winning, don't bother stomping. Just let them bleed out. Okay, we need to stop that getting pushed.
I could outrun a centaur. Replenishing.
Ash Legion, fall in. We are Legion. Cast down the oppressors.
Throw down that. Jade Wind.
Together we have no equal.
I could outrun a centaur.
Red team has obtained an artifact.
Here I actually do want to get the stomp.
Replenishing.
Okay, someone else is moving that. Let's go.
Red team has
I
obtained
have
an
returned
artifact.
to fight at your side.
Bonus power.
Knockdown though.
Warband in position.
Let's throw down a heal. Soul Beast is not living their best life. Gonna pop down some cleave on his body there.
The Colosseum's artifacts are accruing power.
Lieutenant, take the field.
Tranquility has appeared.
Freedom must be earned, not given. This is our fight.
Big heal, there we go.
Replenishing.
The
Goes down that Dragon Hunter.
maximum power.
I could outrun a centaur.
Let's get that Soul Beast going.
Ordnance incoming.
Res them.
Blue team has obtained an artifact.
Iron Legion, put your best into it.
Just keep lobbing down AoE cleave. There's a lot there.
Replenishing.
Now if we can get rid of the Herald. Nice. Let's get rid of the Reaper.
Back me up.
Replenishing.
Oh, don't stand in the cleave. Oh no.
I could outrun a centaur.
Just going to want to probs back it up a bit. If I can burst down the Soul Beast. There we go. I can stomp them there. Just back it up a bit. Line of sight them a bit. Riposting Shadows, see if we can get a block off. Head up this way.
Fate, meet fist. Iron Legion, put your... Bring the thunder.
The Colosseum's artifacts are a
The
growing
time is at
power.
hand.
Let's get the heal off. Nice.
They'll have to hit much harder. Help! Recover. Tired of lying.
Let's just start bursting them down.
Has obtained an artifact.
Stop. I need to get a Riposting Shadows off.
Freedom must be earned, not given.
The artifacts have reached
Fate,
maximum
meet
power.
fist.
Oh, good. Hang on, if we can get the res.
Blue team has obtained an artifact.
Nice. Good, that's moving. And just leave them to bleed out. And speaking of Guild Wars 1, are you done with it or will you play it some more? I definitely will play it some more. I think it will probably end up being more probably after the next big patch release for Guild Wars 2. Because that's of course coming up in like very, very rapidly.
Feel the fury.
Okay, we're doing well. Okay, let's deal with...
I could outrun a centaur.
Warband in position.
Let's deal with the Soul Base.
Back me up.
Assistance, please.
The block.
This is our fight. Ash Legion.
Get down the Color Elite to help people.
I could outrun a centaur.
Swap back to Shiro and get out of dodge.
Signal the citadel.
Nice, there we go.
Feel the fury.
The Colosseum's artifacts are accruing power. I have returned to fight at your side.
Ordnance incoming.
Let's target that Soul Base. There we go, they are done.
Iron Legion, put your best into it. Back me up.
Color Spirits are so good. Yeah, last Janthi patch is soon. Yeah, it's in like a week and a half.
Maximum power.
Feel the fury.
Just keep just lobbing down more and more cleave. Oh, a whole bunch of peeps have gone down there. Not good. Let's get the res up. Yeah, balance patch is coming after the next big content patch.
Blue team has obtained an artifact.
Iron Legion, put your best into it. Blood me, back me up.
Keep pushing, keep pushing, keep pushing.
Pain. They'll have to hit much harder.
Fate, meet fist.
Power.
Oh, the cleave is good.
I could outrun a centaur. Is it just me or...
First win and push. And it's definitely going to be a big patch coming. This next balance patch is pretty hype. Finally a win. I do like Renegade for this. And definitely having the extra survivability was quite nice. Oh, yeah. Now I need Shift P, bring up PvP, reward tracks. Yes. Oh, look at all of it.
Sweet, sweet loot.
Good times. Good times. Look at all that. No, we'll hold off on opening it. Okay, so we can start by doing this.
The time is at hand for a record. Put your backs into it.
Where's the ranger? Here we go.
I feel good. Replenishing.
First raises ire into short bow 4, 5, 3, swap sheer impossible odds and 2. Alcar, thanks for the bits,
Alcar
mate.
Calamo cheered 101 bits. Was the moon formed after a planet hit Earth? By Brian Cox, English physicist and musician who is Professor of Particle Physics in the School of Physics and Astronomy at the University of Manchester and the Royal Society Professor for Public Engagement in Science.
Thank you so much once again, Alcar. Appreciate you, mate.
Alcar Calamo cheered 101 bits. There is a theory which is pretty widely accepted. What we think happened is that 50 million years after the Earth formed, there was another planet very close to the Earth, about the size of Mars. This planet hit the Earth. So you hit the Earth in a glancing blow. You knock off loads of bits of the Earth, but not the center of the Earth.
That's really cool. Thank you again.
Alcar Calamo cheered 101 bits. Now when planets form, the heavy things drift towards the center of the planet. And that's why all the iron,
Thank you
or most
again,
of the iron in
Alcar.
the Earth, sits at its core. There would have been enough time for that to happen. Alcar Calamo cheered 101 bits, and so when this collision happened, the bits that got knocked off were not very rich in iron, because all the iron was sat in the middle of the Earth. It also accounts for why the rocks seem to be the same, because the moon is indeed made of bits of the Earth, so the same isotope contents.
That's really cool. Thank you for sharing that, Alcar. And yeah, that is fascinating that the Earth, not the Earth, the moon likely formed by a planet colliding with Earth. It's a mental thought. That's very cool. Thank you for sharing. Thank you so much for the bits. I appreciate that. Okay, so we want to do Ice Raises Iron to short bow 4, 5, 3. Okay. Works. So we're doing Ice Raises Ire, which is basically lobbing down a bunch of vulnerability and immob. Then we're doing Short Bow 4, which is going to do some slow. Then we're doing Scorch Razor, which is a knockdown. So we're burning either a bunch of Condi Cleanse or Stun Breaks. Then doing a 3, which is just a bunch of damage. We're swapping Sheer Impossible Odds and 2, so that's 1. Okay, so the next one we can do, Shiro Heal into Phase Traversal, swap to Carla, short bow 5, 4, 3, 2, work our way up, so...
We must rise and return to the fight.
That didn't work. Oh, I had to do Ice Razor's Ire first.
They'll have to hit much harder.
Okay, so Shiro Heal into Phase Traversal, Carla. Okay, no, short bow 5, 4, 3, 2. I was misreading. Let's go again.
I feel good.
So there we actually cancelled a whole bunch of skills. I assume what happened to the other planets that basically just either fragmented or got obliterated and got absorbed into the Earth, and basically the combination of them became the Earth and the Moon. Alright, let's go again.
I feel good. They'll have to hit much harder.
We are Legion.
We'll put that on silent. So Vindication. So we get a bunch of healing based on our outgoing damage. I wouldn't mind actually running. Is there a more aggressive version of this that runs Devastation? Yes, I know, it doesn't have stats. Leave me be. But your Reaper is fantastic for this game mode. Okay. Even just Jade Winds, which is great. Swap to Kala, Ice Razor's Ire.
I have returned to fight at your side.
Yeah. I wish Jade Winds didn't cost a bajillion energy, though. Very cool map assets as well. We'll just let them vibe out and do their thing. We got someone in here, or are they just not in here? Let's find out. I don't know, see what we can do with 4 out of 5. Does not look good. Well, let's see what we can do. Just gonna wait for a bit.
I feel good.
What'll you?
Let's try and get a stomp here. Okay, opening burst was pretty good. Astro, thank you for the sub, mate. Enjoy.
Woot.
No more ads and your ad emotes. Let's just make sure we don't head through there. Basically just wipe the entire other team.
Replenishing.
The Colosseum's artifacts are accruing power.
Let's try and target down the Willbender.
Warband in position.
Pop that there.
The artifacts have reached maximum power.
And we've got this one here. There we go.
Red team has obtained an artifact.
I feel good.
Iron Legion, put your
Done a group heal for people.
obtained an artifact.
Let's make our attacks unblockable as well, which is pretty good.
Time to do some real damage.
Get some resistance for people.
Back me up.
Oh no, where is everyone? No! Hang on.
Replenishing.
Oh, dang. That's unfortunate. We were so close there. No, didn't really manage our energy as well as we should have.
They'll have to hit much harder.
There we go. That's almost then done. Nice.
Not enough endurance.
Let's get a block off.
Tranquility has appeared. The
This
Colosseum's
is our fight.
artifacts are accruing power.
Ash Legion.
Kill there.
Impressive combination.
Time and space are my ally.
There we go. Let's try and... Let's interact.
The artifacts have reached maximum power.
Got it.
I could outrun a centaur.
Yep, I'm liking Renegade for this.
Don't have enough energy. I could outrun a centaur.
Nice, good cleave, good cleave.
Blue team has obtained
Let's
an
target
artifact.
that one. There we go. Nice. Okay, liking this, liking this setup
Blue team
more.
has obtained an artifact.
I feel good.
Just start lobbing down everything.
That was impressive. I chose you.
Big Citadel bombardment.
Iron Legion. Put your best into it.
Another
Nice.
victory.
We're finally doing okay. It's a pretty rough ratio there, but it's all right. I'm enjoying it.
Oh, shiny.
Rank 14, nice. PvP is actually not bad for gold. I just watched a simulation of how the moon was formed, and it looks pretty wild. Interesting stuff. Oh, that does sound super interesting.
Replenishing.
Iron Legion. Put your best into it. Ordnance incoming.
They'll have to hit much harder.
Sorry to even deal with that bug there, Alcar.
Time to do some real damage. Hurts, doesn't it? I feel good.
Iron Legion. Put your backs into it.
I love the Revenant downstate shunt there.
Legion, fall in.
Okay, so I think it should be Spirit Crush, then Scorch Razor.
Iron Legion, put your backs into it.
We must rise and return to the fight.
I could outrun a centaur.
Assist me!
There we go. Dodge that. Perfect. I think it's finally starting to rain. Hell yeah. Exciting. Exciting times.
Iron Legion, put your backs into it.
Until next time.
They'll have to hit much harder.
Zero top!
Nice. Yeah, I think the Marauders stuff was pretty good. Just a bit more survivability so we don't instantly blow up and push is good. Could we run it even more? Just oh, we got Retribution here. I was going to say we could run Devastation first. I think that's a bit more offensive. It's just going to be this tab over here. Oh, we'll be back and actually take a break in a minute. Hello there.
Hello there.
I see that you're tired of having to switch characters, wishing that you could be blasting through content, farming loot, and dropping infusions. All you want to do is play the game, but worry no more. Today, I bring you the class that can do it all. With a single build, we have the perfect healer for every situation. And when you pair it with our last build, the Power Boon Chronomancer, you end up with something truly special. It's time, my friends, for Heal Chronomancer. Welcome back, everyone. I've been playing Heal Chronomancer extensively for the last few months, and it is truly the single most flexible healer that I have ever played. It isn't even a competition. With a single trait change, we can go straight from providing quickness right into providing alacrity. And when you pair this with the last build that we covered, the Power Boon Chronomancer, you can have access to 5 different builds with 2 sets of gear. You can have Power DPS, Quickness DPS, Alacrity DPS, a Quickness healer, and an Alacrity healer. The way Chronomancer traits work make this the most flexible class in the game. Today's build is easy to play, is incredibly survivable, and you have almost complete freedom in terms of what utility skills you bring, so you can customize your build for every encounter. This lets you take all the wonderful Mesmer skills like Portal, Blink, Time Warp, Feedback, Mass Invisibility, you name it. If you gear this build, this may well be the last healer that you ever need. But that is enough of me gushing, let's dive in. When you become Chronomancer, you get access to Shield as an offhand weapon, which has an amazing block and the absolutely loaded Tides of Time skill. Unlike the Power Boon Chrono in our last guide, Shield is going to be one of your go-to weapons for Heal Chrono. You'll also get access to Wells for some powerful AoE effects. Your shatter skills have also been changed. Mind Rack becomes Split Second, so now you will shatter your clones twice instead of once. Rewinder will replace Cry of Frustration. You still inflict confusion and damage foes, but now the recharge of this skill is reduced by 3 seconds for each clone that you shatter. This will be one of your most important skills due to the combination of the traits, Illusionary Membrane and Chaotic Persistence, which will grant you and your allies Chaos Aura whenever you use this skill. Time Sink will replace Diversion. You now inflict a shorter daze compared to the original Diversion, but you also now apply Slow to enemies as well for some extra soft CC. You also get access to the new and improved Continuum Split Shatter. Continuum Split is one of the most unique skills in all of Guild Wars 2. Beautiful, and we are back, and our timing could not be any more perfect. Look at that. We can tell which class we enjoy in PvP on this account. 31 games, all Revenant. Hopefully we get our friend in. I think it will start off in Kala. I like the map design here. This is a fun game mode. I think it definitely does warrant different builds than Conquest. What are we up against? Anything we need to be really concerned about? Ranger will probably be fine. Looks like Core Guard. Okay, Reaper's probably the most problematic one. I just have to be careful of the Ranger because they can probably lay down a ton of just AoE damage. Okay, and how are we going for our rush shenanigans? And after this we might transition to doing just arenas so we can max this out as quick as we can. Oh, they've stealthed. It's not going to run in.
This is our fight.
I feel good.
What'll you?
Structural integrity compromised.
Get her. Oh, dang. And try and get. Okay, everyone is mostly okay now. Maybe.
Together we have no equal.
There we go. Nice.
The Colosseum's artifacts are accruing power.
Iron Legion, put your best into it. What'll you? Bring the thunder.
Now it's on.
Fate, meet fist.
Help!
The artifacts have reached maximum
Ash Legion,
power.
fall in.
Let's get the res.
Blue team has obtained an artifact.
Power res. There we go. Oh, they're all coming back here.
That's how I could outrun a centaur.
Oh, staff block. Okay, I'm just going to just back away a bit. And thank you, ET, for the follow. I appreciate that. Okay. Let's head around this way. Damn, that was like a big wipe there. Okay, need to see.
I feel good. Time to do some real damage.
Let's target down that. burn them down.
Receive this light.
Iron Legion, Ash Legion, best into it.
Throw down every single spirit we have.
Blood Legion, see it done.
Bonus power!
Replenishing. You'll have to hit much harder.
Okay, there we go.
For the record, you've been
I could outrun it. I feel good.
What does that do? Oh, it just does alacrity.
The Colosseum's artifacts are accruing power.
Wasn't sure if the balance was different.
Tranquility has appeared.
Time to do some real damage. This is getting serious.
Lieutenant, back me up.
The artifacts have reached maximum power.
Bring the thunder.
Blue team
There we
has
go.
obtained an artifact.
Where are they? Let's try and immob them or knock them down. Try and give them some stability. Should have tried to go for a bit of a knockdown there. That's right, we can just kind of leave them to bleed out.
I could outrun a centaur.
Iron Legion, put your best into it.
Spellbreak is actually probably the most problematic one here. I'm gonna give stability so we can actually get the stomp so we can move along here.
I could outrun a centaur.
Oh yeah, Renegade is hype for this game mode.
Replenishing. Servant of mine, walk this land.
Okay, let's deal with the Reaper. Let's deal with the Vert there.
I could outrun a centaur.
The time is at hand
Colosseum's
for
artifacts are accruing power. I demand that you release. Together we have no equal.
The block.
I could outrun a centaur.
back me up.
The artifacts have reached maximum power.
Cast down the oppressed.
I demand that you release.
There we go.
Ordnance incoming.
Blue team has obtained an artifact.
The time is at hand for reckoning.
Oh, hang on.
Ash Legion falling.
So hard when everyone just like, as soon as everyone bundles up,
Tranquility has appeared.
then it just snowballs. Okay, we've got Tranquility as well. That's going to be difficult. And cool, they've got everyone alive now, I'm pretty sure. Okay, let's deal with...
The time is at hand for reckoning.
Let's interact with that.
Red team has obtained an artifact.
Back me up!
Glad you could help.
Beautiful. Now let's go in and start blasting.
Soften him up. Time to do some healing.
Let's move, soldier!
I could outrun a centaur.
The time is at hand for reckoning.
I feel good. Time to do some real damage. They'll have to hit much.
Didn't want to do that way.
Museum's artifacts are accruing power.
Oh. It's terrifying.
Freedom must be earned, not given. Ordnance incoming. Warband in position.
They'll have to hit much harder.
Cool, we're back on the move again.
The artifacts have reached maximum power.
Let's try and get this, I guess. Nope, that doesn't actually go there.
Obtained an artifact.
I feel good.
Back me up!
I'm failing quickly.
Blood Legion, see it done.
A natural barrier.
This is our fight.
I could outrun a centaur.
Just go retreat over this way. Nope, and everyone's down.
Bonus power.
I don't have enough energy. Time to do some real damage. They'll feel the fury.
Let's get them down. Let's get this Reaper down. Divine, how are you going? I'm going very, very well. Thank you for asking.
Iron Legion, put your best into it.
Tranquility has appeared.
Not enough in.
Blood Legion, see it done.
But Divine, what is up? Hope you're having a good one. Yeah, we've been blasting out some, mostly PvP today, actually. We've gone on a little bit of a PvP arc. And if we can just get the res. Let's go get this. Maybe this will help. Maybe.
Red team has obtained an artifact.
Iron Legion, put your best into it. Ash Legion, fall in.
Oh, it's gonna hurt. Yep. I think we lost this one. Still a chance. Haven't PvP in years is interesting. Like, it also does have very fun PvP. It's just not a particularly populated game mode. I'm enjoying Push as a game mode. It's different, but I am enjoying it nonetheless.
Warband in position.
You can't keep a good charge down.
Definitely just in this one, bringing just tons of AoE cleave. You do that, you're in a pretty good spot.
Time for a revolution.
That Vert's actually causing some problems. Be a great opportunity to log in and carry Josh, yes. Boot up that EU account and come on in. I definitely do not want to be here.
I feel good.
Let's just wait. Just gonna pull my energy for a bit. There we go.
I could outrun a centaur.
Ash Legion, fall!
Where did everyone come from? Let's try and just get some. Let's still salvage this. That Citadel bombardment was pretty damn big. Get that off.
Iron Legion, put your backs into it.
I feel good. They'll have to hit much harder.
Can't breathe.
Get back here! Bonus power!
Fate, meet fist.
Come here. There we go.
Lethal combination.
Just leave them to vibe out there.
I could
Get the res. Oh, everyone's gone down.
Tranquility has appeared.
Freedom.
Battle silence.
Just don't stand right on the point.
Ash Legion, fall in.
Help me out.
I mean, I can try and keep everyone alive here.
I could outrun a centaur.
We are Legion.
Hold on. I feel good.
Just try and get a block off. Oh, damn.
Feel the fury.
If we can get the res.
Use a hand over here.
Go on, you can do it. We got so much cleave. Oh, yes, you've done it.
Replenishing.
I'll try and get the res there. Get them up, get them up, get them up. Cool.
Good.
I'm gonna... Oh, damn, they got it all the way. Fun map. But okay, let's start farming up some of these points. Oh, I completely forgot about PvP guild missions. Rip. Let's go P browser. Snow farm. Blue win, cap, recap B, switch at end, host off. Huntress, thank you for the follow.
Iron Legion, put your backs into it.
So I think here we literally all just get farmed.
Cannons operational. Ready for targeting coordinates.
Not sure exactly how this works. Okay, so blue team wins. It's great to have you here, Huntress. You have to just try and observe what people are doing. Because we're on blue. And thank you very much, Farah, for getting the PvP hall set up in the guild hall. Super appreciate you, mate.
Hold on to your points. Seize theirs. Point B belongs to you.
Iron Legion, put your back.
That's how. I feel good.
Oh, you're new to Guild Wars 2? Nice. Welcome in. It's great to have you here. So right now we are just in, it's a private PvP arena, because what you can actually do here is literally just keep farming each other and actually give you progress with various reward tracks, just trying to see how quickly we can generate some progress. But I might do another actual PvP game as well.
I could outrun a centaur.
Your soul is mine.
I hope you enjoy your time in Guild Wars 2, absolutely. And if you have any questions at all about anything in Guild Wars 2, feel free to ask.
They'll have to hit much harder.
I even just honestly just camp staff here.
I need healing. Seriously.
Freedom must be earned, not given.
We're all weakly.
Lieutenant, take the field.
My creation. Have a good one.
I have returned to fight at your side.
So in terms of Rush Victor, we need like 7 wins. We've only won like 2 PvP matches there. It's been a bit of a rough one for it.
Outrun a centaur. They'll have to hit much harder.
Start lobbing down. Yeah, this here will be good, because then it's just going to do a bunch of lifesteal damage.
Cores installed. Charging the laser.
Iron Legion, put your backs into it.
But yeah, let's do an actual game after this.
I feel good.
All the damage from Citadel Bombardment is good.
Why don't you? This is our fight.
Does that empower?
Cannon operational. Ready for targeting coordinates.
I'll revive you.
At the moment, you're going through quests and leveling up. A great thing to do. And how are you enjoying it? What class have you decided to play? Okay, cool. So that actually gives us progress towards that, which is pretty nice. Okay, so let's... Can I leave the match? Oh, here we go. Yeah, there we go. That's the thing. You doing there, Addy? Yeah, let's get another game in. And we'll keep an eye on who we want to raid on out to this evening. Let's go play PvP. Regular PvP. Oh, that just freaked out. We're good. Already made 4 characters? Awesome. That is a great thing to do. That's great to hear. What one are you enjoying the most? We turn on captions on Twitch. Does Twitch do the translation, or do you have something installed? Because it's amazing. Oh, thank you so much. I'm glad you're enjoying that. That's a separate OBS plugin. Just I think it's a captions one that basically does like effectively Google Translate as I speak. So that's what you're seeing there. So that's been done on my end. Yeah, it does well. It does very well. Yeah, I think I really like... Maybe if do I start off in Carla or Shiro? What's my preferred here? Oh, I'm ready, spaghettis. Random Weird Guy, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome in, Raiders. My name is Connor, or ConnorConCarne. You can also check me out on my YouTube channels there, where I do all sorts of different Guild Wars 2 guides. What's up, mate? Everyone, make sure you go check out Random Weird Guy on Twitch. What'd you get up to on your stream? Tell us all about it. What game were you playing today? Okay, let's not walk through there. I want to target down just the Reaper. If we can get the Reaper down, that will be pretty good. I'm going to try just pumping down a lot of damage on the corpse. There we go. Do you like the giant characters? Oh, do you mean the Norn? Yeah, they are very, very good.
Not enough energy.
Oh, well, we're blasting this one.
The Colosseum's artifacts are accruing power.
This might... If we can just instantly push this, this will be the quickest game imaginable.
This is our fight.
Get a heal off. Right, that was a quick game. I think we can do another one after that. That was something.
The artifacts have reached maximum.
Oh, where? What rank? Oh, silver, nice. Nice. And you're doing push mode with first-person camera rifle Berserker for the full roleplay. And how did it go? How is Berserker treating you? And more importantly, what do you think? What do you think about push as a game mode? Overall, I've been really enjoying it. I think I can get out of that. Let's get another. I'm liking Renegade. Renegade is very good for this. Won 5 games, lost 1. Well, you're doing a hell of a lot better than me tonight, so well done. Crafty K, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you, my friend. And I'm a mower.
Iron Legion, put your best into it.
I was actually showing the Renegade build. Yeah, unfortunately it's got bopped by the link protection. But yeah, what kind of Renegade build are you rocking there? Just in general, because chances are I could probably like piece it together. Either that or like remove a dot to not make it a link, then I can reverse engineer it. But yeah, been loving some Power Renegade.
Iron Legion, put your best into it.
Retribution, top, mid, top. So you get that for the projectile reflect, can see the value in that. Invo, top, mid, mid, yeah, we got that, and bottom, bottom, top. Okay, so we're actually super similar to that. We're just running Dome of the Mist. Oh, we're not running Dome of the Mist, we're running Spiritual Reckoning for the extra resolution. It's slightly more defensive. Yeah, I think slightly more defensive, but yeah, like it's very good. And what weapons were you rocking on that? We're running short bow and staff. I kind of feel like I almost wouldn't mind spear actually. Short bow, staff. Ah, yeah, we're running like a very similar build then. I've been enjoying Marauder Amulet a bit more, although honestly I could probably swap, now that I'm a bit more comfortable on, I could probably swap back to Berserker just to really burst things down.
I could outrun a centaur.
This is our fight.
Oh, Relic of Zakharos. Yes, I like that. Can I get Zakharos? Let's try that. What did I think of Zakharos? That's a good one. Let's get us out of combat. Yes. Yeah, and push in particular, I can see that being amazing.
I could outrun a centaur.
And thank you, We Guy, for the follow. I appreciate that. Let's swap this back to Berserkers now. Because, yeah, now we got that extra healing. I think we're going to have a good time. Catch you later, mate. You have a good one. Thank you for the raid. Really appreciate you.
Feel the fury.
Iron Legion, put your best into it.
I feel so vulnerable.
Resolute Invasion is good. Spicy patch, I can't wait. Yuzu, yeah, it's a really interesting patch. Yeah, I might even just, yeah, make the changes you suggested, because, yeah, we're trading a bit more offense, so we can sort of yeet these. Get a bit more defense as well. Just to stop us going down, I think will be really good. But yeah, see if we can get just at least one more game in, and then we will head out. We'll see how long the queue is. If it's too long, we'll see.
I could outrun a centaur.
Freedom must be earned, not given.
Replenishing.
Iron Legion, put your best into it.
Okay.
Time to do some real damage. That was impressive.
The Revenant always gets the last laugh there.
Fate, meet fist.
Replenishing. Time to do some real damage. I could outrun a centaur.
But your staff has been a really nice weapon. Cool, we're ready. Let's just go on in. Catalyst, Deadeye, Soul Beast, and Firebrand. Yep, we'll just put stats on here at some point so it can stop bothering me.
Come here.
Gotta be a bit careful of some of the terrain here. Alac and Push, haven't tried it yet. Overall, I'm liking it. It's a fun game mode. It took us a bit to sort of get used to it, I guess, because it's very different to Conquest. But like conceptually, it's a simple game mode. You go stand in the little circle. It basically moves along a track. You reach their base, you win. Depending on the comp, you can sort of reach a stalemate where it's just not really moving anywhere. It's just sort of pinging backwards and forwards. So you do have to make use of the the buffs that pop up periodically to, you know, give yourself all the, I know, those buffs that pop up in the Big Fantasy Arena. Can't remember its name. It's been a while since I played it. To sort of swing the tide, but it's fun. And definitely you want to bring something that has lots of AoE cleave, like just tons of it. More AoE cleave is good.
I feel good.
Freedom. Liberation.
Lieutenant, take the field. Signal the Citadel.
I could outrun a centaur.
Iron Legion, put your backs into it.
Replenishing. Not enough energy.
What'll you fall for?
Let's hug it down the Ranger here.
I could outrun a centaur.
Fate, meet fist.
Attack my target.
There we go, that's them done.
I have returned.
Let's try and target down the Spectre here. There we go. I think they're probably still here. There we go.
Iron Legion, put your
That's them.
backs into it.
91.
Artifacts have reached maximum power.
Let's go blast this one here.
I wield great wisdom.
You'll have to hit much harder. Replenishing.
But I'm finding Renegade to be just exceptional for this because you have just bonkers amounts of AoE cleave.
Fate, meet fist.
Ooh, that was a big push.
I chose you. I could out. I don't have enough energy.
Let's get a block. Can we get the heal off? Oh, so close. Shame they got that though. That's going to really sort of shift the tide a bit. You do have to be careful not to fully commit to the point, because obviously the point is where all of the damage is going to be.
Blue team has obtained an artifact. Bonus power.
Feel the fury. I could outrun a centaur. Time to do some real damage. Feel the fury.
Okay.
Protect.
Let's try and snowball a bit here.
The Colosseum's artifacts are accruing power. Tranquility has appeared.
Not enough energy.
Let's just get the dodge around.
Ash Legion, Iron Legion, put your backs into it.
I feel good.
The artifacts have reached maximum power.
There we go. It's good to try and let people bleed out a bit here, because then it staggers when they'll actually start coming back.
You're kidding, right? Get back into the fray.
Feel the fury. I feel good. Time to do some real damage.
Red team has obtained an artifact.
Attack my target! I'll revive you.
I could outrun a centaur.
I'm fading fast.
Just try and put a bit more Condi pressure on people. Let's target down that.
Signal the citadel.
Freedom. Liberation.
Blood Legion, see it done.
Attack my target. Protect me.
I don't have enough energy.
The ranger there. Let's just get the block off.
Time to do some real damage.
Iron Legion, put your backs into it.
This part's really gonna hurt. Not enjoying this little bit here. Back away. Oh, thank you so much. Just absolutely amazing. It's made a wonderful dinner of chicken wraps. Thank you so much. Oh, perfect. Thank you for that. Everyone, make sure you go check out Jess over on her Twitch channel, where later on this week we'll both be streaming some Last of Us Part 2, and that's been fantastic. Now's a good time to go grab a bite.
The artifacts have reached maximum power. Blue team has obtained an artifact.
This is our fight.
I don't think well on the ground.
Tranquility has appeared.
Okay.
Back me up.
I want to go and deal with the soul beast there.
They'll have to hit much harder. Feel the fury.
Big cleave. Let's burst out of that. Or dodge out of that.
I feel good. I could outrun a centaur.
We must rise and return to the fight.
Attack my target.
We'll try and just actually get some downs on people there. There we go.
You're kidding, right?
I want to start dealing with, let's see, that one out there.
I feel good.
Iron Legion, put your backs into it.
It's a very durable one.
The Colosseum's artifacts are accruing power.
Blood Legion, Ash Legion, fall in.
I demand that you release me.
Let's get out of here. Oh, dang.
The artifacts have reached maximum power.
I feel good.
Back me up.
I chose you.
Attack my
Target down the Spectre. He's going to be a bit short of Shroud for a bit.
Red team has obtained an artifact.
There we go.
Become one.
There we go. That's him down.
They'll have to hit much harder.
This has died out there, which is not what we want.
Bonus power!
Cool, so we're going to have peeps coming through there and probs around there. Lots of people here. Just lay down.
Endurance running
Red
manuals.
team has obtained an artifact!
Okay, come and stand over there.
Tranquility has appeared!
I feel good.
Iron Legion, put your backs into it.
I demand that you release me.
Okay, we're blue. Excellent. Cool, that's them gone.
Feel the fury.
The time is at hand for reckoning.
Not enough energy.
I have returned
Dang.
to fight at your side.
Can we get up? Focus. Up we get. Alright, let's deal with this.
I feel good.
Bring the thunder.
There we go, and just get
Time is at
let them get
hand
the
for
stomp.
reckoning.
That's fine, we don't actually need it.
Never surrender. What'll you fall for?
Got a few knockdowns there. Good. Target down the Spectre. They're not going to be living their best life in a moment.
Brilliant emphasis.
Feel this is getting serious. They'll have to hit much harder.
That move was rough.
I feel good.
Start throwing down some CC.
Legion, fall in. What'll you
Just push forward, just like a proverbial meat grinder. Just keep pushing. It's literally in the game mode name.
They'll have to hit much harder.
Warband in position.
Attack my target.
Let's not overcommit.
I feel good.
Our value is in the damage.
Iron Legion, put your backs into
And a
it.
bit of the group support as well. Just a sheer amount of CC we can throw down. Let's just pull a lot of energy. There we go. Yeah, let's just push it the rest of the way. Almost. Oop.
I could have
Ash Legion, back me up.
Let's not overcommit. Just try and get everyone on some buffs here.
I demand.
Ordnance incoming.
Let's get a block.
Warband in position.
Dodge through that. If I can just get the heal off. Almost.
Has appeared.
Get dodge off. And block.
I could outrun it.
Almost.
Hurts, doesn't it?
As long as we can keep throwing down damage, we're okay. Probably shouldn't be fighting over there. He's down, just leave him be.
I could outrun a centaur.
Okay, Node's over there. That's where the fight's going to be.
Attack my target.
You're kidding, right?
Just one more.
Okay, we got it anyway. I think because we actually ran out of time.
Replenishing.
Nice. That was good fun. Let's just take a look at everything we've got. Some type my own name in there for a moment. Oh, this doesn't matter. Just get literally whatever.
Sweet, sweet loot.
Spirit shards are not bad. Do we have... Oh, let's get all these. Kimchi pancakes? Yeah, we actually will need to make those at some point. We're just not having these recipes.
All mine.
Oh, meaty asparagus skewer. Yeah, we'll make those. We use those all the time. Mini rice bowl.
I summon the power of the storm.
Canthan armor box. I don't think I need any... Oh, I'm not going to say I don't need any of these. Turns out I do. Let's just get that.
All shiny.
Final verdict. Yeah, let's get that skin. And a rebirth. Nice. Cool, so we kind of have all the dyes that we need. That's kind of everything. 7 clovers. Oh, nice. What are we actually tracking now? Don't need that. I need Shift P for PvP. Silverwares. Oh, good. It's actually a very good time for us to swap that over, because now I can just go over to End of Dragon's reward track. How do we make it repeatable? And Sufferance, looks like you're taking a break till the new patch. Oh, why is that? Sorry to hear that. Connor Carbonaro is my old account? No, that's my fiance Jess's account. And you're having too much fun with single player games right now? Well, I'm glad it's because you're having fun with single player games. That's great to hear. Okay, let's go just sell off some of our stuff. Okay. Turn a bit of profit. Nice. Okay, that's good. Use these to generate some more spirit shards. But yeah, I enjoy Push as a game mode. It's good fun. Ooh. Dropped a piece of cheese. Okay, just keep an eye and see who else is online today. head on out to someone new today. So let's go and tee that up. But excellent. Thank you all so much, everyone, for hanging out with us today. It has been very, very fun. Thank you to everyone who rated, subbed. Alcar, thank you for the bits. Oravoy, thank you for the gifted subs. But yeah, thank you all so much. We'll be back again tomorrow with some more Guild Wars 2, and it might actually be a PvP match. It could actually be, we'll start off probably, I think, with a bit of PvP, then we'll dive back into, I think, some raids, because we're super close to finishing off the PvP rush, which will be very, very nice. So we can finish off another reward track. That will be really sweet. But yeah, thank you all so much. It's been brilliant. Looking forward to catching everyone tomorrow. Let's go tee up that raid. But yeah, make sure to go check out my YouTube channel in the meantime. We've got another YouTube video in the works. And recently we just uploaded our Heal Scourge build guide as well, which I think after this next balance patch, Heal Scourge is actually going to get better than I even talked about in that video there. So good times if you're a Necro enjoyer. But yeah, very soon we will have the next, or the final Janthir Wilds patch as well. I think like in a week and a half, so that will be hype. We'll probably be streaming a lot that week, so stay tuned for that. If there are drops, which I presume there will be, we shall see. Then yeah, we'll be able to get all your drops needs taken care of. But for now, you will take care, and we'll catch you all tomorrow. Very, very close. But yeah, we'll see you all tomorrow, team. Cheers, and thank you, Sufferance. Have a good one, team. If you are looking for the best way to manage your Guild Wars 2 add-ons, then I've got you covered. Today I'm going to walk you through how I easily stay on top of all of my Guild Wars 2 add-ons with the incredible Nexus add-on manager. Let's dive in. Now, first things first, to download Nexus, you're going to head over to raidcore.gg and simply download the installer from here. Now, depending on your browser, you may get a security pop-up, but it's fine. Just work your way through the prompts and you're going to be good to go. Now, you can simply open up the installer and work through the prompts. Now, we can see right here, Windows has given us the warning, but it's okay. We can just run it anyway. We do not need to worry about it. Now, it's found where our Guild Wars 2 installation is, so we simply need to install Nexus. Or in my case, because I already had Guild Wars 2 open, make sure you have it closed and then try and run the installer. And just like that, we've gone and downloaded Nexus. You can see here we have the D3, D11 file sitting in our Guild Wars 2 folder. So that is all we need to do to install Nexus for the time being. We can simply quit out of that, then open up Guild Wars 2. Now let's jump into Guild Wars 2 and let's continue configuring Nexus. Beautiful. Now as soon as we're in Guild Wars 2, you can simply click agree to the prompt and we are in Nexus and we are ready to get started. Now I'll just close out of this for the time being. Now for the reasons why I love Nexus, first up, it is incredibly easy to install. It's just a few button presses. We don't need to manually install any DLL files. It's incredibly easy, just a few clicks and we are there. Another one of the incredibly powerful things about Nexus is the fact that it can auto update as well as disable and manage all of your add-ons. Now this is very important for me because I stream every Monday, Wednesday and Sunday over on Twitch, and for me here in Australia, Wednesday is when the Guild Wars 2 patch will normally land. Now when a big patch lands, it's quite likely that Arc DPS is going to break and I'm going to be left scrambling to fix it just before I go live. Now once you install an add-on, if there is a big patch that will break an add-on or cause it to crash your game, Nexus will go through and automatically disable it. So rather than me having to go into my game files and remove my Arc DPS file until a patch has been released, Nexus will take care of it for me. Now my life is made drastically easier by that and I do not have to debug Arc DPS whenever I'm going live. And plus it will give you a notification